Facebook, you tried it. Facebook, you tried it. Hold on. Facebook, you really, really, really tried it. Ooh. Facebook carried. Facebook really fucking carried. Somebody sent me a motherfucking friend request, shut my whole shit down. Oh! Somebody get Niambi in here. Hey, Raven. Somebody get motherfucking Niambi back in here. I just tagged her. Someone sent me a friend request, shut my whole shit down. I put my phone on Do Not Disturb, so we should be good right now. Yes, Ralphie. They sent they sent Osogbo and shut my whole shit down. Okay. All right. Okay, there we go. Bitch, I think it's going to be one of those mornings where I'm going to need one of these. Here's something else, Miss Thing. I'm going to do my due diligence now whenever I'm online, bitch, to put my shit on Do Not Disturb. But please, everyone, common courtesy, when you see somebody on their live, don't call them. Don't send them messages. Let them do their live. Whatever you have to tell that person, whatever you want to do with that person, do it on the live. Do it on the live so that they can address it there and they can add you, you know what I mean? They can do their thing. But, bitch, someone sent me, and I accepted them because I know the person, whatever, but, bitch, they sent me a friend request, shut my whole shit down.
Do not disturb is the key.
Do not disturb is the key. But still, you know what I mean? Like, bitch, if you know I'm on the live, you see I'm on the live. Why not address me on the live? But anyway,
welcome to live streaming.
Right. Nikita Dragon. Sound off.
Okay.
Hold on. Robin, I'm gonna bring you on. Get yourself ready. You got 5 minutes, Tamara. Let me know. Send me a heart. Send me a thumbs up when you're ready to come on, Tamara. Nikita Dragon.
Okay. The thing about it is, it's not like I don't like follow her, you know, religiously or anything like that either. But like when anything happens, you know, like pertaining to the trans community, you know, whether we get killed, whether we get arrested, whether we're out here doing some stupid shit, or whether we're you know, out here you know, doing the damn thing and you know, breaking barriers like we have a history of doing. You know what I mean? You know, I'm gonna, you know, discuss it. But I think the problem with people is they get caught up in all of that. You know what I mean? And they're the first to say, "Oh, well, you don't know her personally, bitch. You don't know her neither. You watching her just like I am."
And as a matter of fact, bitch, you don't know me either. And you still felt that it was absolutely choice. You felt that it was absolutely motherfucking choice.
Oh, bitch.
To climb Mount Kilimanjaro.
Bitch. And I've been experiencing that this morning. So, bitch, you know, I am triggered right now. I am triggered right now, this thing. Because, bitch, the thing about it is people will forget, like, as soon as, like, someone gets, I never got this neither. Like, when someone gets upset with you, bitch, they are totally oblivious to all the good things that you do. Bitch, they will... Please. Miss Thing. like
if none of that ever happened.
Right.
Because balance.
Bitch, like you
does
just
not
coming in
exist.
my motherfucking inbox talking about, oh, bitch, let's do ballroom on the pier and create all of these makeshift moments, bitch, that you're not even a part of anymore. Bitch, they want to use me and my bitch and try to status climb my motherfucking back, put your titties on my back, bitch, trying to status climb me, bitch. No, you won't. But back to Nikita Dragon. Because
so hold on.
I'll touch on that later.
Says, so quick rundown. Nikita has been in multiple scandals since 2017. Look up Dramageddon on YouTube.
Right.
I get it. But now here's what the point that I made yesterday. First of all, if you're a femme queen and you call yourself a dragon, we're not the same. Because in my day, I don't know if I'm a little after you. But when you was called a dragon, it wasn't pretty. It wasn't nice. You wasn't that bitch. You was hard. You was a man. You was a fella. You was a dude. Bitch, you was a dragon.
Yes, woman. You know what I mean? Whether you aspire to have SRS or not, bitch, the goal was, and in most cases, well, I'm not going to say now it is, but then it was, that was the goal then.
The goal was the aesthetic. Regardless of what you can hide,
what you had physically, it
was the aesthetic.
Right.
You wanted to give, look, there's women out there that are not pretty. There's women out there that are drop dead gorgeous. There's women out there of all shapes and sizes. Big ones, small ones, round ones. Bitch, there's women of all shapes and sizes. The point is the aesthetic.
Right.
The aesthetic, and I say this over and over and over again. What saved a lot of us, and the reason why a lot of us are still here today, is because we fell into the binary. We paid attention to the rules. We played by the rules.
Not only that, but it was really that we were forced into the binary because of safety concerns. Because bitch, you was not doing that. You was not walking. You was not skipping down the street, bitch, with a dress on and a full beard. Bitch, you was not walking with your tuck out, bitch. It was so much more. So the thing about it is, when we talk about things like passability, privilege, and all of that, bitch, it wasn't a privilege. It was something you had to do to fucking survive, to live another day. You know what I mean? You had to. Bitch, if you was just going to fucking the corner store, bitch, or the bodega, bitch, or wherever, bitch, you had to make sure your shit was on, bitch. If you was out had to ride the fucking subway, you had to make sure your shit was together, bitch, or fucking else. Because you knew either them boys you went to school with, or them drug boys on the corner, or bitch,
someone
anybody
was going to give it to you. I transitioned in high school. I went to Christopher Columbus High School. Bitch, I cannot tell you the amount of fist fights I was in high school. Every fucking week was a different fist fight with a different boy who was coming from my ground. So the aesthetic had to give what it needed to give. Because if I was getting that in high school, and that's just, did the lights just flicker?
But you know what that means.
If I was getting that in high school.
And now she freezing.
That was just one place.
Look at that. See, that's that truth.
Right. And that's just one place. Imagine everywhere else, bitch, because the trains weren't safe, low-key. You think that they were wilding now? Bitch, where'd she go? There she go. If you think they were wilding, bitch, the lights are flickering. Get it together, girl. Look at this.
Bitch. I'm mistaken. Hold that pose, Denise. Oh, oh, bitch, I'm getting that. That pose was over, bitch. Bitch, I don't know what's good. Bitch, I don't know what is going on over there, Miss Thing.
Me either, girl. But
I don't know what's going on over there, girl.
Here's what they're not going to do. They're not going to rain on my motherfucking parade, bitch. Hold on. Not today. Not today. Oh, bitch, the fucking, okay. Hold on. My stove won't even cut on. My stove won't even cut on. I don't know what the fuck. Where did she go? Bitch, it's just one of them days. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Oh, wait. What? We didn't finish talking about Miss Thing. I'm having a paranormal moment in my apartment. And bitch, one thing I'm not is scared of the devil. You come here, and you will get spiritually fucked up. So, hi, Ruffy. My power, yes, my bitch, the power is she's flickering on and off. Hold on. Oh, okay. She's coming to NY today. All right, Robin. Big sis, what's up?
What's the deal?
Bitch, I don't know what the fuck kind of bullshit is going on in my house, but I'm not for it today. It's a Saturday, bitch. It's a chill day. Bitch, I ain't got time for demons.
My camera do not want to flip. Am I sideways?
See what I mean? See what I mean? The devil is fucking busy, bitch.
Why am I sideways?
Right. Okay, hold on. Hold that pose. I'm bringing Niambi back. So, Niambi, where you at? Okay. There you go. So, hold on. Let me see.
Where's Niambi?
She's coming. She's coming. No answer from the live video guest. Okay. What bitch? My whole apartment is, bitch, look, the fucking, everything keeps going on and off. Where the fuck is Niambi? Niambi, bring your ass. How are you, sis?
I'm good. I'm doing better. I was down and out in Beverly Hills. After I came back from Vegas, like, I don't know if I suppressed whatever sickness I was going through, but I was literally down from Wednesday until the following Wednesday.
Wow.
Sick as a dog.
Wow. And how are you feeling now?
I'm feeling better. I'm still, I got this like dry heave.
Okay.
Other than that, I'm good. I'm in Baltimore right now. I came to see my best friend because she was watching my dogs for me while I was in Vegas. And I'm leaving for New York. I'm coming to New York in a couple of hours.
Nice. And you're coming out here for anything special or just to shoot the breeze?
Well, my sister had a baby in July. And, you know, she's one of those very progressive moms that no one the baby for the first, until the baby gets their first set of shots. and all of that. So I
It's
haven't
her
been able
first baby?
yes.
That's why.
Yes.
Let me tell you something. My brother was the same way when my niece was born. And I can guarantee you, I've raised a couple kids, and I'll tell you, I want come to the house, touch the kid, hold the kid, drop him a couple times. I don't care, bitch. But as long as that, this motherfucker's gonna know how to roll, tumble, and everything, bitch. And what they are going to do, give them all those whatever, so that their body can build their immunity now.
Right. But
She's
you
the
know,
mom. It happens. Watch.
mom.
When she has her second and third kid, she's gonna be like, oh well, they fell. They're all right. They're not gonna go past the floor.
Right.
Okay, so Niambi's back. At least it looks like she is. Yes, she is. Okay, she's coming.
So yes, I'm gonna go up there and see the baby. And I haven't been to New York in a while. And you know, I miss New York. I moved from New York in 2000, so it's been 22 years. So whenever I come to New York, it's a little bit of nostalgia for me.
You was just in New York the other day, sister.
No.
Yes, you were.
When?
To see Serena.
I was. That was fun. You're right. But you know what? It was only for like 2 days, and then I left.
Okay. All right.
I didn't see anybody. Sister.
This is a treat. This is a treat, motherfuckers. This is a fucking treat right here. Okay? So.
Yes.
I'm over here dealing with some demons. Talk amongst yourselves. I gotta go do my shit over here.
Bitch, I don't know what
I'll be right back.
over there, girl.
You'll see me around smoking out my house. Give me a second.
Okay. So, first of all, sister, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Good. I want to congratulate you. Just seeing your platform take off the way it has, the trajectory is definitely like it's mind-boggling, because I remember just from you talking here and there 15-20 minutes to now like having an actual fully realized platform on it's amazing. It's a blessing, and I'm glad you're the voice.
Thank you. And I also want to congratulate you as well, my darling, because you are paving the way. I love the logo. Oh my gosh, I love your company. I just love everything that you are doing to, not just, you created a whole lane for us. Because you know what I mean? You create a whole lane for us because from my recollection, like you were like the first one to actually get, that was actually visible with the platform to go out there and do it and be doing the drive-in and all of that. I love you. And I congratulate you. Congratulations on everything.
Look at
We got ballroom girls doing it. They don't share that shit though. Since we put y'all more here, let's have some accountability class. Bitch, y'all don't share. Bitch, the success story.
Share this shit. Hold on, you have 3 badass fucking bitches in the room right now. Real bad bitches. What are your thoughts, Robin, on Nikita Dragon and the whole shit that?
So I don't really know. I skimmed through, I think, something on Instagram where she was arrested and she was in front of the judge, and it was like, Your Honor, how long am I going to be put with the men? And the judge said something like, child, I don't got nothing to do with that. You got to take that up with the people. And then the Cobb County Sheriff, whatever office where she was at, basically said, child, she was just in a regular old holding facility. It wasn't given all of what she given. She wasn't housed with men, and Miss Thing was dragging it. I really don't follow social media personalities, so I'm not really familiar on who Nikita Dragon is, other than I remember, what's her name? T.S. Madison doing some piece about her, but that is to the extent of all I know. So I'm here. I got my teacup. Give me the tea.
Right. So let me just be honest. Like, I've been to jail before, right? And when I was in jail in Pennsylvania, but when I was there, it was like, bring in the nurse. We got to find out what it is. What it is. Then when the nurse came, strip searched me and figured out, bitch, it was a he. Okay, we can't put him in general population. He'll start a riot. He has to go to what is it, solitary, whatever whatever they call it, something different.
Protective custody.
Protective custody.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't understand what the fuck is her. What is she complaining for, bitch? Because when I was in protective custody, bitch, I was on the gate like this, and I got to see all the dicks fly all over the place. No one got to touch me. I got to.
Please don't put Denise in jail.
I was okay, bitch. I was getting notes. I was getting drugs. I was getting everything free of charge, of course.
Bitch, don't give it all away, girl.
And I left out of the bitch. When I walked out of jail, you know what they said? They said, "Why don't you shimmy your pretty ass up out this motherfucker? We know we ain't gonna see you again." Bitch, and I gave my cutest little runway right up out that motherfucking jail. And I was housed with a serial cocksucker. I swear to God, I shit you not. Y'all can YouTube this motherfucker. What was his name? His name is DeJuan Porter from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Got arrested.
Names and everything, girl.
He ain't coming out. He's doing 87 years for sucking cock. Serially. 87 years. He's a serial cocksucker. Bitch, do you understand? Huh?
It's against the law to suck cock?
It's against the law to suck cock the way he did, bitch. He was catching them drunk coming out the club, because he was a DJ for the in Harrisburg, catching the men drunk, climbing up their fire escape. Two of them woke up while they would pass out drunk on their bed. Two of them woke up with him.
Oh no.
I know. Feel your fantasy. I sure did.
I've sucked some drunk dick in my life.
I can't.
I've sucked some drunk dick in my life. I have.
Bitch, when I tell you, bitch, mind you, in jail, here's the key. The key is that he's at my door, at my gate, telling me everybody else is charged. Oh, this one got arrested because they touched boys. This one got arrested for evading Megan's law. This one got arrested for this. And I'm like, but what you get arrested for? But you know what he told me? Oh, attempt murder. We're not the same. I'm in here for prostitution. They're in here. We're all here for sex crimes, but you're here for attempt murder? That don't sound right. When I got home, bitch, and I went on YouTube and I looked him up because I was like, okay, let me write him. He was a cute little chocolate boy. Bitch, when they said, bitch, he was arrested for going into men's homes, breaking into men's homes through the window.
Not breaking in.
And filleting them. Bitch, you're missing an earring. And filleting them while they were asleep.
The thing about it is, what I never got was, like, when a trans person gets locked up and, you know, they're like, oh, we can't put you here for security reasons. Bitch, only to put you in protective custody, bitch, with murderers and child rapists and all of the things, bitch. How is that
any better? How is that any better?
Protection.
It's not. But it was a key. It was a fucking key to me. Jail for me was a key.
Let me tell you, I remember in North Carolina, I had committed an attempt murder in Baltimore and got the fuck out of the state. And I got caught in North Carolina I got caught on Thanksgiving, actually. And when they locked me up, they did not know. Of course, you know, North Carolina is far from a progressive state, so they didn't know what the fuck to do with me.
Right.
And the same thing, they was like, well, where do we put her, him, it?
Right.
Yeah,
and the same,
real Judy.
They ended up putting me in where they put the maximum facility people, which was the people that were waiting to get housed for death row. Where people were looking at football numbers for murders, and where they put the rapists and stuff like that.
Right.
I literally was only able, I was a 23-1. So I stayed locked up for 23 hours a day.
That's another thing. Yeah.
And I for an hour. And in that hour, I was able to shower, use the phone, and that was it. I had my grandmother, my mother, I had everybody come down there because I was like, listen, put me in population. Whatever the fuck go on in there, I can handle it.
Right.
But it's not fair to lock me up for 23 hours a day because y'all don't know where the fuck to put me. That is that you're taking away my basic rights in prison.
Yeah.
And I haven't been committed of a crime yet.
Mm-hmm.
Which is me that because you haven't created the structure to house me somewhere where I'm safe, you're just gonna put me wherever you feel fit, regardless of whether or not it violates my personal rights. Because I haven't been committed of a crime yet. So if I haven't been committed of a crime, you're not gonna tell me, oh, you're a criminal, you don't have rights. Because I wasn't,
right.
And I want to get technical, I sat in front of a jury of my peers and got found not guilty on of all charges.
Mm.
Mind you, shout out to Jayasia. She came with my mother and picked me up out of jail, bitch. It looked like they were busting me out of jail, bitch. It was a kiki. But continue, Robin.
No, it's terrible that even now, here we are in 2022, and they haven't created something in the penal system, in the correction system, to know how to handle trans women.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. We barely have basic rights to use the bathroom in some states.
Right. North Carolina is one of them.
So, I don't even know how to fucking. I don't even know how to address that. How does someone address that?
Only about the mom.
Oh.
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing. They need to be like, you gotta have a sit down.
I love you.
Love you too.
Okay. Watching my babies. I'm gonna go to the movies first with the kids. So just call me when you wake up.
So where the fuck did Niambi go?
Oh
Is it
shit!
my power or hers?
I don't know.
All I know is right now my fucking microwave is the only thing that's on. But this shit, okay, she's back.
Facebook is cutting the mustard.
Facebook is cutting up, bitch. They don't want it. That is the cutest fucking dog.
Say hi, mama.
Oh.
That is the cutest fucking dog. So, I lost my. This whole shit here got me with my train of thought gone. So how long was you in for, Robin?
I locked up on Thanksgiving in North Carolina. They moved me. They flew me.
Oh damn.
Yes, bitch. They flew me in a poncho and a motherfucking leg brace that locked my leg so I could not bend my knee.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it was a mess. And put a poncho over me with fucking handcuffs so the other, patrons on the plane couldn't
Put
see
it
that
in your titties?
no, so that they couldn't see that I was handcuffed.
Oh.
And it was a black female and a white male that came and picked me up from Baltimore to take me back to Baltimore. So I was locked up till December when they transferred me to Maryland. And then when I got to Maryland, they held me with no bond until, I want to say, February. I got a bail hearing, and the judge was the judge. They're supposed to be so unbiased, and it was just like, so my grandmother paid for a really good lawyer for me, and the lawyer was making a big stink about me getting a bail hearing. And the fucking judge, when I came up on the docket, he was like, why are we here? This is an attempted murder. What do you think I'm gonna give you? $1,000 bail? Huh? Answer me that, Miss King. And I was like, I'm here to get a bail. I have no bail. He was like, well, it's attempted murder. And I was like, okay. Okay, so bail is set at $250,000. You happy now? That's still like no bail. I said, call my grandmother so I can be out for dinner. Bitch, and I was out before dinner. But because you think that every trans woman doesn't have family and is impoverished, that $250,000 bail means no bail, no bitch. I was home eating dinner just like you were, you fucking disgusting ass judge. And because of those remarks, I got that judge removed off my case.
Mm.
Right?
Oh, wow. Wow.
Horrible.
It is horrible, bitch. I got $25,000 bail for attempting to suck a dick. Mind you. Huh?
In Pennsylvania?
Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Mind you, here's the shade. The shade is, bitch, I'm from New York. So out there, their bail is like 5%, 10% of whatever the fuck the judge throws at you. So I'm over here thinking, hold on, I'm bringing her back on. Where's she? Come on, girl. Come back on. So I'm thinking that, oh, bitch, 5%? Yeah, I could do that real quick. You know what I mean? Just give them like whatever the fuck 5% of $25,000 is. Bitch, they said, no, you're from New York. You're a flight risk. Mind you, it's a misdemeanor. You're a flight risk. You need to come up with half. Who the fuck? Bitch, and I'm by myself. All my money, thank God. Because, a lot of places, when you get locked, especially for something like prostitution, the officers take your shit.
Mm-hmm.
Bitch, and I had about $5,000 in cash. They put my shit on my books. Praise Jesus. So that shit was fucking, it was scandalous. But after like a month, I wound up getting it reduced, and I was able to pay my bill to get the fuck out of there. But bitch, still, that's a lot of fucking money.
And sitting in there for a month trying to figure it out is ridiculous. For a misdemeanor.
And then if I'm sitting in there with a fucking serial cocksucker, bitch, that got fucking sent up there for 87 fucking years.
Not the serial cocksucker.
Yes. Bitch, it could have at least made the experience worth my while and put me in the cell with him, bitch, so I can get some enjoyment too.
Oh my goodness.
Girl.
Bitch,
So okay. So what is the give me the backstory on Nikita Dragon.
Okay, well, I mean, this person has a history of being problematic and just being, first of all, appropriates Black and brown folks, and just doing basically everything for attention. I actually shared, because of the outrage that I had shared that dick video where she had the word dick plastered over people like Venus Extravaganza and Marsha P. Johnson. Yes, girl. Marsha P. Johnson, Tyra, Tyra.
What do you mean she had the word dick plastered over them?
Like it was like it blacks out their eyes, but you know who they are, but the actual letters DICK over their eyes. A whole video on it. It was like a music video or something.
So she's talking in the music video, she's talking about her cat meat and how she loves to use it and all this whatever. But bitch, she's implementing other girls into this shit. Now you have to understand, huh?
Without their permission.
Right. First and foremost, yeah, without their permission. And out of all of the outrage, I shared it, bitch, and Facebook, mind you, this video has over 3 million views. It's popular on Instagram, it's popular on Facebook, bitch. They blocked me for 30 days.
Ain't that fierce?
For putting it on my page. So, you know, I bit that or whatever. But the thing about it is that not only don't you have their permission, but in essence, you're putting a lot of girls in danger, not to mention disrespecting the dead. So now with this big old hoopla that she just got arrested or whatever, and, you know, she was dragging it, talking about, oh, you know, she's got everybody online camping for her. Oh, trans women, you know, belong in the you know, with the women and all of that. But in doing that, California just passed a law where, you know, if you identify as trans, you could be housed with the women. Some old freaking gay, straight, bisexual guy or whatever said that he was trans, bitch, got 2 girls pregnant over there in California, girl.
Oh, I heard about that.
And they were trying to say, oh, you know, she's trans, and you got everybody, all the people freaking camping for them and stuff. And I'm like, lies and garbage. This child was arrested for killing his foster father at 16 years old and transitioned in jail. Well, you know, just so they could move him, and now he's got 2 babies on the way. So she has 2 babies. I don't know. I can't keep track anymore because the line of what's trans and what's not, honey, social media, I can't. But
I don't know about that. Like, that's such a tricky fucking subject.
It is. And the thing about it is the way that people have, you know, our lives should not have to be a political talking point. And it's so sensationalized now. Just our very existence is so sensationalized now because, like, I don't even know why. Like, it's like, I don't know, our aesthetic. I don't know if it's the gag factor. I don't know what it is that people are just so obsessed with this whole thing. I don't know.
It's a lot.
It boggles my mind at times, you know.
I need another nose job. God. I'm gagging. I need another
nose looks fine.
That was so random.
I'm sitting here like, why am I so fluffy in the middle like this? I thought I took care of this. I got a nose job in
I'm 2023, honey. Y'all ain't even gonna recognize me, bitch, because
what are you doing in 2023?
Bitch, honey, I'm.
And why are you crying?
Huh? What'd you say?
Why are you tearing?
Why am I tearing? Oh, yeah. Girl, this life isn't about me, bitch. This is your life.
I'm over here dealing with demons.
You ain't
Y'all
never,
carry the
you never
conversation.
put on, you never had makeup around your eyes, bitch, and your eyes start tearing. I mean, it's a regular thing. It's a regular occurrence with me.
No.
I was over it.
So yeah, so that was, but here's what I think landed her in jail was that she actually was throwing water on patrons and she attacked the cop.
Okay.
So my question is, why didn't they just shoot the bitch?
What's the color of her skin?
Right.
Oh, that's why they didn't shoot the bitch.
A stun gun, at least. Bitch, just, you know?
Well, they also got complaints that she was walking around naked in a public area. So, you know, you're allowed to get away with that too.
She was naked?
In a hotel, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there was that.
What is her ethnicity?
I think she's half white, half
Filipino?
Filipino, some shit like that. Maybe.
The Asian persuasion.
Asian, yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know, but she looks very.
Okay.
She does. She looks like a Clorox goblin.
A Clorox goblet. God. I don't know what that is, but I could picture a Clorox goblet.
You know, an alabaster roach.
Wow.
Denise is really going there to this morning.
She looks like a
No,
jet.
I mean, my whole thing is that, child, like, I'm not like holding people accountable, like for me, like, you know, as an activist, you know, advocate or whatever, you know, whatever it is, bitch, it includes holding the trans community accountable too. Like, you know, like, people don't get that. Like, they're like, oh, well, she's trans. Okay, and bitch, if she did some stupid shit, I'm gonna call her out on it too.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that was dumb. Bitch, you're walking around naked, creating a scene, throwing freaking water on security officers at a hotel to freaking make a scene. Bitch, in Florida? Bitch, could you have not done that any other place, bitch? In Florida, where they don't even see it for us anyway.
Well, if she would have brought that bullshit to New York, she would have got her ass whooped by everybody who worked at that hotel for throwing water on them.
So wait, so does she consider herself a trans activist?
I don't know
I
what the
hope
fuck
not.
she considers herself. I know, you know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know.
Influencer? Like,
She's an influencer.
Yeah, she's an influencer.
Okay.
And you know, at times we all know, from being on social media that it can be a gift and it can be a curse because you have a whole bunch of people following the same freaking stupid shit that you do. She has over freaking 3-4 million people freaking following her. So, you know, there's a lot, you know, we live in this era of, especially, you know, the younger generation, bitch, getting life off of people who had big followings. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, at times it can become, you know, somewhat of an obsession almost. You know what I'm saying? And it's just stupid. It's
Okay,
just
so
stupid.
she considers herself an advocate. Well, an advocate and an activist is two different things.
They are.
Oh, I digress. She can advocate for whatever she wants to advocate for.
Before, right.
If she's doing that dumb shit, she can't advocate for me for nothing.
The problem is, bitch, there's too many people using that anyway. Like, bitch, like ally, advocate. I've never heard them term so much in my freaking life online.
Clorox goblets, bitch. Alabaster roach. a porcelain septic tank of a child. Yeah, I don't know. I've learned over these past couple of years that, you know, I don't I not allow everything to have my energy. And at first I used to be, you know, follow TMZ, follow the Shade Room and all these blogs, you know, because I always wanted to know what was going on. And then I realized it was taking up too much space.
Right.
It was taking up too much space. The time that I could spend on fucking on following these mundane futile stories is the same time that I could be putting towards growing my business. You know, trying to find different streams of income and it just I stopped. I unplugged. So I be out of the loop a lot.
Yeah, and that's exactly where I have gotten to a point to where, you know what I mean, over the last 5 years, you know, just been, you know, interacting with people and networking and everything. And, you know, that's all good and all of the, you know, great things that I have been blessed with this platform. But the bittersweet thing about it is that, you know, the majority of the people won't latch on to what you have unless there's some freaking drama attached to it. And that's just it's just unfortunate. But I've come to the point to where, yeah, that's why, you know, after 5 years, I'm just like, you know, I'm much more comfortable just being like a guest on someone else's platform at this point, because, you know, I just feel that it just wastes time and energy, like you said, in growing
It's
your business and
it's
creating different income streams.
it's quality over quantity, and I'd rather be sitting talking to 10 people that are actually listening than to talk to 200 people that are just there to find out the tea to call and tell a girlfriend.
Right. Right. To
Right.
be nosy, a bunch of looky-loos.
Right.
Absolutely.
No,
Yeah.
you're right. Um,
But let me
and
just say, I'm always available for conversations like this right here, like this. I'm always available, always, and will forever be available for
Whenever
conversations like
someone tells
this.
me, girl, pull yourself together, look like something, I need you on the lines, I'm here for it because I know it's a conversation that something's gonna transpire from it. You know what I mean? There's gonna be some substance to it.
Right.
Or even if it's just me getting to see the Niambi that I haven't seen in forever.
I miss you so much.
Mind
And
you,
I
it's
gotta
so
talk to you about behind the scenes too.
yeah.
About, like, you know, about the whole, you know, about what we were talking about before. You were on the live, I'm discussing it about, like, you know, growing like your like personal finances and all of that. So
Yeah.
yeah, I definitely want to get together with you on that.
I
So you ain't
need
getting rid of me, bitch. No.
I actually probably need to reach out to Denise or somebody to facilitate that for me, because I really want to do a financial wellness kind of series where a lot of people don't know um, what credit is. You know, people
right.
just hear, oh my God, I gotta have a 750 credit score, and they don't really know what it is to be cash rich. I mean, credit rich and cash poor, and you
Right.
know, knowing how to navigate through getting to where you need to be financially. Everybody doesn't have to have an 850 credit score. It's not. I mean, it's it's not. You don't need it unless you're trying to buy, you know, multi-million-dollar properties. Other than that, you know, actually anything over a 650 is going to get you what you need. And I think a lot of people would benefit from just knowing, you know, how to look at their credit and actually go over their credit portfolio and know what interest rates are. You know, for a lot of people are ashamed and embarrassed because if I ask somebody, you know, I've asked friends like, girl, what do you have a children's place card for? And they be like, oh, because girl, you know I got 2 kids and stuff be on sale. This. And I'd be like, what's your APR on it? Girl, my APR, I don't know. Girl, I just get the bill and I pay it. And, you know.
And that's not good.
And I you know, one of my girlfriends, we're not even friends anymore. It's just sad. But she was one of those. She had a Sam's Club. She had a children's place. She had all these store cards with like 28 to 31% interest.
Oh, Jesus.
And I'm like, listen, you know, she wanted to buy a house. She was only 25. And I was like, listen, give me a year. Do everything I say, and I will have you in a house. And the first thing we're going to do is rip up all them goddamn stupid ass store cards you got. You know, I showed her how to look for an actual card that's going to benefit her, a card with a decent annual percentage rate, a card that's going to give her cash back rewards, a card that's going to report to the credit bureau, you know, that's going to help her. And her credit score within a year, she had, you know, a Navy Federal Credit Union credit card with a $25,000 credit limit. And now you go to Navy Federal and you tell them what the fuck you want. She went to the bank, asked for a loan, and I think they approved her for like 150. And I said, no. I said, do you see what your credit is? If they can't give you what you want, we'll go somewhere else. Go to them, tell them, listen, the house that you're looking for is between 185 and 215, and they need to put you somewhere in the middle. Give you 200,000. And if not, then we'll go somewhere else. They gave her the 200,000. Now I told her ass, don't use that whole $200,000 to buy the house because your income cannot manage a $200,000 house. What did she do? She went behind my back and got the house for $200,000. So what she didn't know was that just because they tell you your mortgage is $800, you now have to lump in your insurance. You have to have an escrow. You have to have maintenance. So that $800 is now $1,800 a month. So now what are you doing?
Right.
So, you know, now you got 2 jobs and a part-time job because you're trying to pay these bills. Now you can't even enjoy your house because you've stepped out of what you're able to manage money-wise. And I told her, you know, I don't feel bad for you because I gave you the plan to get
right. The tools, right? Yeah.
Once you decided that now you know better, and you said fuck me, and now you in a jam, in a pickle, and you looking for help. I can't help you.
Right.
Now you gotta put your big girl drawers on, and you gotta do this on your own. Sorry.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's important. I think it's important, Tamara, and thank you for having this conversation, because one thing that we are not taught, like, you know, in this scene, especially like, you know, living the life that we lead, is financial literacy.
Absolutely.
So thank you for that.
And even I'll go as far as, you know, if we can do a screen share, and I'll show people what my credit looked like, what it looked like 2 years ago, what it looks like now, you know, what cards I have and why I have them, because everything has to have a purpose. It doesn't matter. Like right now, American Express. Wait a minute, is it in here? Yes. Right now, American Express, for my business, wants me to open up American Express, the platinum card. Well, this is not the one. This is the gold one. But they want me to open up the platinum card with the $650 annual fee, and it's a lot of benefits. But just having a card, just so I can pull it out and say, "Oh, American Express, darling," and when I go to the airports, I can sit in the Centurion lounges. That shit don't mean nothing if I can't really take advantage of the benefits that the cards actually give. So, I have to sit down and look at the pages that they put in there that nobody reads. You have to sit down and say, okay, let me give her an hour to go over this and look at it and see if is this stuff that I'm really going to benefit from. Because if it's not, then it makes no sense. I could get a regular old goddamn Chase card and be fine with that. So yes, I definitely need to find some time to maybe do a segment where we can get some questions together, and then come back and do a deep dive into credit. People don't like Credit Karma. People say, oh, Credit Karma boosts your credit score up, and that's not really what it is. But Credit Karma is a pretty accurate number for the most part. Experian and Equifax, they're good, but I mean, it's all on a Vantage 5.0 scale. So it's really the numbers really don't matter. It really, that whole 650, 645, 625, 680, it's all about your credit worthiness. And if you have, what your debt to credit ratio is. If I have right now $60,000 worth of credit, and out of that credit I've only used 20,000, then that means that I'm under the 30% debt to credit rate ratio. So I'm still considered credit worthy. If somebody has $80,000 credit, but out of that $80,000, there's $60,000 in debt, you in danger, girl.
Right.
Ain't nobody else going to offer you no credit because they think you're living outside your means. You're living off of credit cards.
Right.
So, yeah, we definitely and I'm not being selfish and say I only want to do it for the trans community, but I just feel like, being Black and being trans, our parents didn't know shit about credit cards.
Right.
The only thing we knew about credit cards is what we learned in the streets, and that was get somebody else's credit card and run it up before they cancel it.
Right.
Yeah. And
true. And, so true.
I was blessed to be able to work for a debt consolidation company, and I worked as a debt negotiator. So I know a lot of the nuances of the back end of debt and how to help people get out of it. I even thought about starting a debt negotiation for people that have debt and want to get out of it, but that's amazing.
Come on, girl. That would definitely be a sad thing, because like you said, our parents and our parents, we didn't know, and then we come in the scene and experience what we experience. You know what I mean? So
KRAFT. That's all we do.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, she said KRAFT. I thought she said.
Yeah.
I thought she spelled cramp. I was like, who the fuck? Why are we coming to? Well, y'all bitches are voguing, so y'all come into the scene to experience Charlie horses, bitch, not me.
Yeah, but so Denise, you know what? Let's before the end of the month, let's try to have a meeting to figure out a date and time when we can do a Q&A. Maybe just a short Q&A. Maybe take like a week to just talk about a segment of people that have questions and allow people to write in those questions. And then, you and I can get together, and then we can come up with a segment where we can answer those questions, and then maybe have people come on and ask questions about credit. And
I'm here for it.
I don't know it all, but I know a lot. And you know, I will definitely be transparent. If I don't have the answer, I'm not going to make something up.
Right.
I'm good with research. If I don't know the answer, I'm the type of bitch that want to know, because I want to know. So I'll figure it out and I'll get back to you. But I think that the best type of power to have is self-empowerment. And when you know better, you feel more, you know, you feel more liberated to do things that are out of your comfort zone. You know?
Absolutely.
Right.
But let me ask you a question. How old were you when you finally understood what having credit was? Like actual credit, your own credit. And what financial freedom really truly meant. Because I'm just learning that shit this year.
Yeah.
And I'm 39.
I started working with a debt consolidation company back in 2004. No, 2007. 2007, 2008. So I was in my late 20s. Yeah, I was probably in my late 20s by then. And you know, even though I knew what it was, I didn't know what it was for me, because then, you know, I was working just to survive.
Right.
I wasn't trying to thrive. I was trying to make sure that the rent got paid on the first, that my lights didn't get cut off, that I could pay my car note. You know, I was back then. If I missed a paycheck, shit went haywire. So there was no breathing room. There was credit. I didn't give a fuck about credit. I was just trying to keep my bank account in the positive. You know, I even tell people now when they say, oh, yeah, I got a savings account. And I say, well, do you have debt? Yeah, I got debt, but I got a savings. How in the fuck are you saving money if you have debt? You're not saving.
You're not saving.
You're being counterproductive.
Right.
You know? And it's little things like that you have to know, that you cannot start actually saving money until you are completely debt free.
Right.
The savings start.
Right.
I've even had to teach my
go
son.
ahead.
I've had to teach my son. My son wanted me to buy him a $3,000, give him $3,000 to buy a new car, and I told him no. And he said to me, oh, well, you bragging to me about all this money you make with the trucking business, but you can't give me no money for a car. I said, no. The business is making all that money. I'm bragging to you about the money that the business makes.
Right.
I make $4,000 a month. That's all I pay myself. My business makes 6 figures, not me. And until you understand that business and personal are two separate things.
That is the question that I needed to ask you to. The question that I needed to, because that's where my struggle has been. You know what I mean? The personal and the business, and the breakup of the personal and the business, and how it's been a struggle for me, because they say that they do not look at your personal when you're applying and trying to get things for your business, but I know that not to be true. You know what I mean? Because so I know that that's a bunch of bullshit.
So in some ways, there's a way to, like right now. So what I've done, at first I started my business as an LLC. Last year after January, I switched my business from an LLC, which is a small corporation,
to a what?
S Corp.
Oh, S Corp. Okay.
Which is a small corporation, and removed myself from completely being a sole proprietor in the business. And I did that because I want to have a clear distinction.
Yeah, and that's what, and I think that's where my fault is that I need to do, because right now I'm a C corp, and then all of the businesses that I have are all sole proprietor. So now I need to like rearrange some things.
Hold on. Can y'all share this motherfucking live? You're not gonna hear this shit anywhere else. Ain't nobody gonna tell your fucking tranny asses how to fucking maintain a fucking life after dick sucking gets old.
It do, bitch.
Cause it is gonna get old. Bitch, look at me now. I don't want a dick nowhere near me. I don't want a penis nowhere near me. I have my own, and that's enough to handle. As you were.
Yeah, so that's been my just the differences between I think a lot of education needs to be out there on the differences between LLC, C corp, S corp, what they all mean, and whichever one will most benefit.
Now I just like at first I didn't know. I was like S corp, LLC, sole prop, like what? All this stuff was foreign to me.
Right.
And I still struggle. I'm a novice for sure when it comes to, the only thing I do know about the small corporation was I wanted to pay myself. I didn't want, like, the first year, my first full year of filing taxes, my business made, I think, like $175,000. And I was like, so I'm in that tax bracket, like how much money I gotta pay, what the fuck is going on? I was saving like $20,000-$30,000, putting it to the side because I didn't know if they was going to Donald Trump me. I didn't know what the fuck was. And then I was like, you know what? So my girlfriend was like, girl, get an accountant. And I was like, girl, no, that sounds expensive. I'm not doing that. And she was like, listen, she was like, this is a space where you don't have expertise. So you have to pay for someone that is an expertise in that field to navigate you to where you need to go. So I was like, okay. So I literally, I have an accountant. And bitch, when I have questions, that's who the fuck I go to. What is this FICA? What am I paying?
Bitch, I ain't seen FICA on my motherfucking W-2 since I was 16 years old. You hear me?
Right. And you know what, Latif? I didn't trust accountants either because I'm thinking, child, all the accountants I hear about is always in some type of tax scam and gagging. But you have to do your research first and foremost. At first, I tried to stay black. I stayed with my people. The three accountants that I spoke to that were African American, everything was a nickel and dime. Everything, like after I told them everything I needed, they were trying to charge me maybe like $600-$700 a month. I have a small business. Like, I can't afford $600 to $700 a month. So I ended up finding someone local in North Carolina. I just happened to randomly type in accountants in Fayetteville, North Carolina with good reviews. And I found this guy named, Utley, and I reached out to him, and he was like, listen, it sounds like you have a lot of questions. Come on down, come talk to me. Didn't charge me a dime for consultation.
Come on.
This old white wrinkled man did not charge me a dime. He sat there for an hour. I told him all of the things that I was struggling with, where I wanted to take my business. And he basically said, I can do this for you. And I've been working with him for the past 2 years. Last year, I cleared $265,000. That's $250,000 in my business. Ask me how much I paid in taxes.
How much, bitch? How
How
much?
much did you pay in taxes, bitch?
0.
I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I fucking hate you. You know how much I paid for taxes in my last motherfucking check, bitch? $500.
I paid so remember I told you he separated me. So the S corp, and then so last year was the first year that I paid business taxes and I paid personal taxes. So my personal taxes, I personally only made like 45, maybe $50,000 for the year, and the
Right.
business made $215,000. He wrote it off so that I didn't have to pay anything for my business. Personally, I think I may have to pay. You know, I don't have any dependents. My son is grown, so I think I maybe paid like $4,000 in taxes. But that's fine. I don't care about not getting a tax refund.
Hearing all that gave me gas. I just farted.
What's a scam? I don't know nothing about a scam, but we don't do scams over here.
Yeah.
But
That is so fat. That is so fast. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna need that consultation.
yeah, let's do it. You know,
Yeah, this is fab. This is fab. And the thing about it is, you know, um, this is value. And for some reason on social media, when it comes to business, people don't like value, bitch. They rather, I don't know. But this I am definitely gonna I appreciate this so much,
and
Tamara. Thank you so much, 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 much,
Lord,
much.
people love to hide the secret sauce. Like if they let it out that, you know, now it's 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 no longer valued, like you said. But at the end of the day, me giving you some secret sauce ain't taken away from the secret sauce I got.
Right,
It's not.
right,
It's not. Me telling you how to gain financial freedom is not going to bind me.
right. And why does it have to be a secret? Why
It
can't it
ha-
just be a resource
it has to be a secret because people love the notion of having one up on someone
on
else.
somebody? Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
You know
But you
what I
know
mean?
what
That
the
is
thing is?
exactly
If
what it
I
is.
have one up on you, none of us are coming out of that fucking barrel. And I don't care what anybody thinks. The last thing I want is to work so hard to get to the top of that motherfucking barrel and have someone else drag me down just because they don't have the resources that I have and they can't do it the same way I did. Why
But you
not
know,
sharing? Knowledge is infinite and it's free.
they want to get to the top of the barrel and then dangle their feet looking down at everybody like, I made
Right.
it still down there.
Right.
Like, child, here, if you don't take this rope I'm giving you and get your ass up here with me,
Right.
it's slowly at the top.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, right. And that's a big problem in our community. We don't like, we don't a lot of us don't like to pay it for, pay it forward. Get it and then pay it for, pay the information forward or pay the resource forward. You know what I mean?
And then
But
the thing is, if we did, we would not have our own color people charging us out the wazoo for their services.
Right. I have to work with this white man because the three companies, like, I couldn't believe it. And I asked them, I was like, listen, I'm a small business. When my business grows, I don't mind increasing the amount because it's more work. But is there a way you can help me? Oh no, my prices are not negotiable. Okay. I
right,
understand. Respect that. If that's your business, I expect that. You just can't have my business.
Right.
right, right. Mhm.
You know,
Right?
look,
Right now, I just employed this black female that, you know, at first I was requiring that you had to have 2 years driving experience to drive my truck, just because I'm trying to be low maintenance. I'm trying to do other things and expand my business. And to do that, I need self-sufficient drivers, and people that are under 2 years need a lot more management than I can have. And, you know, she only had maybe like a year and a half in experience, and that year and a half was a little
shaky.
Yeah. But I'm a big hearted second chancer. So I was like, let's try it out. I even told her, I said, listen, because you don't have a full year, 2 years, I'm gonna go out with you for a couple of days and make sure that you can drive the way I need you to drive, and then we'll go from there. And she was like, okay. Okay, let's do it. And she's been working out pretty good up until now. She got a little lead foot. She like to drive over 70 miles an hour, and I be having to curb her ass. But other than that, like, even to the point where my insurance has increased the extra $2,000 to bring her on. But she really appreciates the chance that I gave her. You know what I mean? And it's things like that I mean, it could have hurt me, because sometimes I do have to manage her more than I do my other driver. But I just feel like in the long run, there will be a little bit of loyalty there, you know?
Right. And also, she will remember that to be able to give that opportunity to somebody else maybe later on down the line.
Paying it forward.
Paying it forward, yep. Yeah. Hey, Nicole.
Nicole, you coming on?
Bring it on up.
I wonder if we can do 4 people on the live. Let's see.
I thought I was going to have to let y'all go, because I want to go to the movies to go see Wakanda, but my girlfriend just cancels on me.
There she goes.
Oh, bitch.
Wait a minute. You can go 4 people on.
Oh, you're in trouble now, bitch.
Bitch, wait a minute. You could go 4 people on. Oh, my God.
I am dead.
Chit, chat, tea and snack. Chit, chat, tea and snack. Share the live.
Share the live.
The icons is in the building. Look, let me tell you something. I'm all about the femme queen. I'm all about all things femme queen.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to say real quickly, Tamara, I think this was so empowering. And I think it's so empowering because one of the things that we don't have in our trans community is teaching someone something. We don't like to teach each other. We don't like to give out each other sources. If somebody say, oh, could you teach me that? A girl will take you all around the block before she actually allow you to learn it on your own, in fear that you're going to become bigger.
Yeah. Right.
And you're not even in the race for the same thing.
Right.
And that's the crazy part. We're not in doing the same thing. So I think it's so important, and the conversation is so needed surrounding credit cards, all different type of that. I love the conversation because we don't get to have this conversation at all in our community.
Nope.
Nicole, how old was you when you realized what having credit actually meant to you?
About like how long has it been now for me? Wait, if I'm how old am I? Okay. Maybe about my late 30s, my mid 30s. I started really checking my credit, getting rid of things that was on my credit account, and monitoring my credit, looking at the credit score, monitoring my credit cards. I like what Tamara talked about, having a savings account when you in debt. Like, how do you got a savings and you got credit cards you owe? You understand? If you got credit cards you owe, you can't possibly have a savings account. So I started probably my mid 30s. I realized how important it was to have all of those things down in the bag. And so I have several credit cards and a savings. But I try to get out of debt as much as possible. So I don't owe debt. I don't owe a lot of people at all now that I think about it. I don't have debt like that because how could you have savings when you have a debt?
Right.
When somebody's looking to get your money.
Yeah, how you saying, oh, I'm putting $100 a week in my savings account, but then have a credit card that you're paying has $1,000 balance with a 15% interest rate, and you're paying the minimum payment on that credit card just to say that you got a savings account, but you're paying interest on debt that you could just wipe out. You don't have no savings, but you don't have no debt.
Right.
Right.
Leave her alone.
One of the things I found, I found it hard was trying to get an LLC. And I found asking people and trying to help people figure it out to go, because there's so many ways. I was told that there were so many different ways. But actually finding someone to show me and to give me the legitimate information was so hard. So hard. And everybody talks about having one, but nobody talks about how to get one.
If anybody wants to know, easiest way to get an LLC for me was through LegalZoom. It was $99. Now, I think they will charge you like $250 if you try to get an EIN number, but an EIN number is as simple as going to IRS.gov.
Yeah. Don't let them do that. That shit is free.
But you see that information that you just gave, somebody would not know that they'll go to LegalZoom and allow LegalZoom to put one up on them, and they'll end up paying that.
Well, I would have paid it, but me being so cavalier trying to get my business started, I went and applied for an EIN number before I even started my business. I applied for an EIN number in March of 2019 and didn't even have a business license yet. So when I actually went and got my business license, they was like, what's your EIN number? And when I went to go put the EIN number in, I realized that one of the letters, I think I put 3 King Transportation, and on my business it said 3 Kings Transportation.
Yes, they're very particular about that. Yup, so that's different.
EIN number. So I had to call the IRS and find out what the hell was going on. Come to find out, it was just that one little letter that I into the actual legal name. But then I realized that because I had my EIN since 2019, it had looked like when I started my business that I already had my business since 2019 because my EIN was established all the way back then.
Right.
And then for anybody that's on here, that's listening, that does have an LLC, you need to apply for business credit. And to get a business credit profile, you go to Duns and Bradstreet. DUNS, the and sign.
Come on to me. You gotta give the people the information.
It is free.
Can somebody type that into the comments, because I didn't hear it kept shooting out.
I'll be hitting you up for a personal consultation. Thank you.
Yeah. So Duns
and Bradstreet. Yep.
DMB.com.
Yeah, DMB.com. Yeah.
And it's free. It's free, and start your credit profile. And when you do start business, take loans and business credit out, it all goes towards that profile. So right now, if you right now I wanted to add 2 more trucks to my fleet, you know, I have the credit worthiness through my business account to be able to get 2 loans for 160, 170, 200 grand because I've been building my credit portfolio and getting, you know, my first business credit card was through Chase, and it was like $1,000 limit. And I was like, child, that's 1 tire on my truck. $1,000 over it. I was ready to cancel the account and everything. But I was like, you know what? That's fine. I, you know, there would be something like an oil change for my truck that would be $600-700, and I would literally use the card and then turn around and just pay the whole thing. And now, $1,000, my credit limit with that card is, I think, 18 or 20 grand in just 2 years.
Wow.
And it's just from, you know, just know that you have to start from somewhere.
Right.
You know,
Right.
I really want this American Express card. I really do. I just hate cards that charge fees. But the fee for the Platinum American Express is like $695 a year. Once I go through, if I can find $695 worth of benefits for using the card, then I think I'll. But,
yeah.
I haven't really said. Y'all being disrespectful. Piccadilly.
Right. You don't get to yell in here. Pay a bill first. Pay a bill before you start yelling up in this motherfucker.
This is not even our house. We visiting somebody. And she barking at the door. Go sit down.
But yes, this was definitely a much needed conversation. Because
I think it needs to
benefit
be
so many
another
people.
one. It needs to be another one. You cannot have enough of these type of educational conversations in our community. You cannot. You can't have enough. The information is powerful and it gives you knowledge. And a lot of times you don't know what you can do until you know that you can get that knowledge. You don't know. You don't know how far you can push the envelope until you are allowed that knowledge, that understanding, that teaching of knowing what's out there and your options on and receiving it.
Right. Anya, our sister, Stacy Mizrahi, LLC, Milan, excuse me. She says LLCs have a yearly fee too, and not everyone needs an LLC. I think it's important to understand which ones will work for your business or project.
Yeah, everybody. So you know it when you're starting a business, you have to research your business and what your business needs. Everybody does not need an LLC. However, it is always important to create some sort of business profile so that you can separate your personal from your business.
Yes.
You don't ever want to commingle the two because then it's not a business, it's a hobby.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Say that louder, because that's exactly how I'm feeling right now and why I feel like I'm so fed up.
People in the back, bitch, and me in the front.
Yup. It starts to be a hobby.
Right. Yes. So S Corps and nonprofit organizations are not necessarily better. It's just what works for you. So somebody that's in here, like my daughter owns her own salon and her own business here in Baltimore. And you know, she doesn't need an S Corp. A LLC works for her because honestly, the government can't record. She basically can record how much money she makes. and how much she wants to go to the business versus how much is personal. You know, she has a little bit of flexibility. With an S corp, you kind of have to be more scheduled. So you can't just say, oh, this is what was made. Like, you have to actually have receipts. There have to actually be invoices for S corp, because with an S corp, you have to have um, a financially sound split, so to speak. And when I say that, I can't say the business makes 80% and I'm only taking 20%, and the 20% is $8,000 a year. I can't live off of that. You know, so it has to make sense, because if not, the IRS will start digging in, like, what the fuck you got going on?
Right.
So in certain industries, S corps don't make sense, and nonprofits definitely wouldn't make sense in something like the hair industry. But yes, with I'm definitely, that is out of my scope when it comes to nonprofit organizations, because everything I do is for profit. But um, I think we need to get into that as well, because there's a lot of people that want to be advocates and be activists, and they want to start nonprofit organizations, and they want to open up transitional housing, and they want to do these type of nonprofit organizations, but don't know where to start. You know, there's a lot of government funding. I will tell you, I'm actually now looking into getting government contracts for my trucking company. And I didn't know that there's a certification that any of us with the business can get, called a disadvantaged business enterprise certification. It's DBE.
Hold on.
DBE certification, disadvantaged business enterprise.
Hold on, because I'm getting juicy mouthed. And what can we do with this?
And you can get government contracts for grants for opening up transitional housing and stuff like that. I'm actually in the process of getting a grant right now. I'm not going to talk too much about it because the money hasn't come through yet, but I'm waiting. I actually have a friend that that did it, and he got over $400,000. Yes, disadvantaged business enterprise. Yes, but just go into sam.gov. Um, I didn't know there was this whole world out here for grants and for contracts that the governments are required, based on us being minority, required to be eligible to bid on and to get. The government has a certain of grants that they have to give to minority women, that they have to give to this groups like Black African American, African Americans, or women, or or LGBTQ, things like that. They have a quota that they have to meet, and we don't even know about it. Well, a lot of us didn't know about it, because I damn sure didn't, and I just found out about it. I didn't know sam.gov was.
Now, is this I have a question, Tamir. Is this specifically for
No,
oh, it's not. It's not
no,
specifically for because I saw it on the Department of, I was just asking because I saw it on the Department of Transportation website. I thought you have to be in that specific field to take advantage of that.
no. The disadvantaged business enterprise is not just for trucking. They have some that are just for trucking, but no. If I'm not mistaken, I think, because I have a friend that does construction, and he has the disadvantaged business enterprise certification.
Okay.
And he gets government contracts. Like literally, they send contracts to his emails every day.
Wow.
And the I say contracts, I mean like a 1 year, $2-3 million for trucking that they are required to give minority groups. You know what I mean?
Right.
I did also just find out that you can't be. They have one for minority women, and then they have one for minorities. And I think from what I read, like you can't, like
Right.
they kind of try to prevent you from double dipping.
Right. Right.
But I mean, it's a whole world out there, you know. And I even try to carve out, you know, in my schedule, I try to take at least a good 6 to 8 hours in my week and sit down and just research, just
Yeah.
dive into the government website, sam.gov, grant.gov, and just start
SBA.gov.
SBA.gov and just start, you know, looking.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I got when everybody was doing on the whole the whole PPP loan over COVID and all of that, and it was just it was disheartening, and I was just irritated because I see all these people without
Hold
businesses
on, Barbie.
getting
I'm a,
$20,000 and $40,000.
yeah.
And all my paperwork is right, bitch. And they gave me 4, and it was forgiven. But I'm like, bitch. I mean, you know, thank you. This is not really going to do anything, you know.
You don't want to know, it was crazy because when that PPP, it was so much stigma around people scamming that I have a legitimate business that I lost employee because of COVID, and I still didn't take advantage of it just because I'm so scarred with, you know, how, you know, we're always talking about scams and, you know, especially in our community, that
Right.
I didn't even want to be bothered with it. And people,
Yeah.
you got a legitimate business, you need to apply for it. And I was like, you know what? I'm not hurting. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, I was definitely disappointed because the bitch over here was hurting, and it's like, wow. I mean, that would have been great, and I would have been able to do so many good things. But they were just, I filled out all the paperwork for it. I think they gave me like 4,100, and it was able to be forgiven and all of that. But it was just like, and then I had, especially coming from the community that we come from, I got people in my ear talking about, oh, adjust your paperwork. You can get this, you can get that. I was like, no, I'm not doing that.
The girls was out there getting 20, 30, 40. But hold on. Barbie says you also have to be very careful with transitional housing because of liability insurance is expensive, and there's also a lot of red tape in certain areas. Medusa said, baby, that's out of my scope because everything I do is for profit. Oh, yes.
Right.
Oh, she was quoting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, she was quoting you. Yes.
You have
Yes.
certifications that are centered around minority groups that are bridging the gap for undeserved communities. Yes. It's very important that you invest the time in researching these websites. Yes, you don't want to be caught up in the wave of scammers. Right, right. I didn't want to be caught up in that whole like I don't know. And like I said, I have a legitimate business that I could have actually applied for the loan, but the PPP loan, you know, it was for people that it was like in the restaurant industry, like our world was in such a bad place. And I just, you know, I was thriving while the pandemic was going on because bitch, the trucking industry, you know, everybody needed something. And bitch, we was getting like in the trucking industry, we was making money. And I just didn't feel right. And the fact that this is my business, is my baby, you know, I didn't want to put any bad juju on it. You know what I mean? I didn't
Right.
need the money. So
Right.
I didn't want to taint the reputation of the integrity of my company with
Mm-hmm.
taking money that I didn't need, because
Right.
I'm a big believer in the Karma Cafe.
I'm
And
on. Let's go.
baby, at the Karma Cafe, you will get what
God, God.
you will get served at Karma Cafe. They will serve.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, there's a lot of minority grants and fundings and programs out there that we just have to have some people that know about it and are willing to help others. Now, I will say this, a lot people have been burnt, because you tell somebody about these opportunities and then they get into the hands of the wrong people,
People.
and those people start doing funny shit. You know what I mean? Oh,
Right.
they got these contracts. Let me go and outsource these contracts and try to see if I can sell the information, you know, and it starts getting, then you got the government saying, oh wait, you can't do that. Now we have to put a roadblock up. And it starts making it harder for other people. And then we're sitting up here like, damn, I should have never told this bitch.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So
Right.
I do know that there are some bad apples that make people say, listen, I got a good thing going on. I ain't trying to rock the boat. I ain't telling nobody nothing. But, you know, I feel that it has to be a balance, that if you were fortunate enough to be put in a position where you have this information, you don't have to shout it out to the rooftops, but you know, there are people that genuinely want help, and you can find those people, and when you find those people, help them.
Right.
You know,
Right.
that's it. Help them.
Exactly. You don't got to be a piece of shit. You can help them.
Right.
But unfortunately, you know, we live in in that era of society where it's like, well, if I'm not, you know what I mean, if I'm not getting a piece, then why should everybody else get a piece? Like, you know, for example, bitch, I didn't get invited to the party, so let me destroy the birthday cake.
Uh-huh. Or
Yeah.
Bitch, that's the same fucking mentality that the reason why they did not invite your fucking stupid ass to the goddamn party.
I didn't get invited to the party, so let me get the venue shut down.
Right.
Oh.
Right.
Oh. Let me call it a bomb threat.
Right.
Do you remember when the girls wasn't getting the tables that they wanted? So they would call, remember they was calling? I think it was Alvernia, bitch. Every place that Alvernia put that the ball was going to happen, child, they calling people, next thing you know, Alvernia took about some, they took away the place. Got to find another venue. To the point where it was like, to be announced.
Yeah, to be announced. I see that a lot of times.
Because people are so vindictive.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I did find a link on the small disadvantaged businesses. You can find it on the SBA.gov website. It's right here. So SBA.gov, and they'll give you all the information on it. I'm just skimming through it, but I'm going to look at it later. Thank you so much, Tamara.
You know, for it says.
Wait. So it sounds like this bitch is shutting shit down already. So.
What? No, you not. No, you even not going to do that. No, you know I can see, bitch. So
because this hoe right here, okay, the first thing she does is, oh, Miss Denise is gonna have me on there for 3 fucking hours.
Yeah, bitch, at what time is it now?
I don't know. All my power in my house got shut down. All I have left is this.
What?
That's all I got left. That's the only power I have left in one outlet.
Oh my God.
My tick, 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 tick stove ain't even tick, tick, ticking no more. Bitch, thank God I got stick fucking matches, bitch, because if I didn't have stick, what you eating, Tamara?
Some Rasta pasta.
See,
Okay, I'm glad you said that. What the fuck is Rasta pasta?
What are you bitches eating?
It's called Chit Chat Tea and Snack, bitch. You didn't get the memo?
It is. I should have had my snack prepared.
What the fuck is Rasta pasta? Is that good?
Caribbean pasta with onions, peppers, some Jamaican spice like jerk, some cumin.
It sounds like a bolognese that the Caribbeans took way too far.
Yeah. Yeah. I first heard about Rasta pasta at this restaurant in New York called Footprints in Flatbush. My friend took me to go get some. And I was like, ooh, Rasta pasta is fab. So then all of a sudden now I'm in Baltimore. I'm at my girlfriend's house and she made some fucking spicy ass food I couldn't eat last night. So I was like, child, let me order me something. And I found this place, Sugar Bees, and they had Rasta pasta. I was like, oh, bitch, I ain't had Rasta pasta since I've been in New York.
Okay, Barbie. She said Rasta pasta is a cream-based pasta that is from the Caribbean folks, made generally jerk chicken. Generally jerk chicken is used. Excuse me, honey, I just can't read that well today. I'm not all there. Anya says usually pasta and oxtails. Anya, I want to pick your brain about some things, and I know you have a very, very firm grasp on business and you have a really good business savvy. Are you available to come on?
Get on up here.
Anya, are you available to come on?
Anya did my hair for when I went to go see Serena.
Did she?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I've been trying to get my ass down to sit in Anya's chair so that she can lock my hair. Okay, she said, hold on, let me put a scarf on. So she can lock my hair for a couple years now. And well, like I said, I was going through some things and, I was sucking the end of a glass dick, bitch, it happens.
And let me tell you, so this is when we talk about Black businesses. So Anya, I wanted to get my hair done at the last minute. So, I'm never the type of person to try to ask for favors because I know the person, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I went to the calendar, in her scheduling calendar on her website and looked for an opening for Serena's, for the US Open. And she didn't have anything. So I called her and I was like, hey sis, I need my hair done. I see that you don't have any openings, but could you slide me in? I'll pay a little extra, an inconvenience fee or something. And she asked me when I wanted it done. I told her, and she accommodated. I don't even think she charged me extra. She wanted me there by a certain time. I was like, girl, as soon as I get off my flight, you the first person I'm coming to. But with these flights, I don't be knowing. And she was like, okay. I think she booked me for like 8 or 9, and I got there like 9:30, something like that. As soon as I got the plane. Well, that's the type of business where it's not like, oh, girl, if it's not on my calendar, I'm not available.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Icon!
What's going on, y'all? What?
So, tell us about your business.
I don't know what to say. So basically, ugh. I specialize in protective styles, like faux locks and weaves. I've created several different kinds of faux locks that I've kind of have my own style of doing. Um, there are a lot of like faux locks and stuff out there. Everybody has their different names. I've mixed together specific types of textures in order to get different looks, and I like to customize them per person. They range from very, very textured to not that textured. They're very lightweight. They are tension free. You can style them immediately after install. It was really important for me to create hairstyles that didn't hurt and wasn't painful because I'm very tender-headed myself. Additionally, something that would be able to conserve your edges because oftentimes, girl, we don't be having our edges. So it was really important for me to create styles that would be able to kind of just create the environment for growth. I wanted it to be functional, not necessarily just something that that you wear just to be pretty, but something that will actually assist you with growing your hair as well. I work by appointment only. There are no walk-ins, and I prefer to work that way because it allows me to provide people with a private appointment, something one-on-one. There is no wait. You book your appointment, you come to my crib, well, my small salon studio. I have a small salon studio in my apartment. You walk in, you sit in a chair, you get your hair done. There's no, sit down, wait, kiki, all this other next stuff. You get your hair done, you get out. A lot of my styles are also pre-made, so I'm usually working before people get here, and that's another reason why I'm by appointment only. So I pre-make and hand make my locks myself, and then I install them on my clients, which usually keeps all of my appointments under 6 hours. So yeah, that's my business.
There you have it. This is what you call black excellence. This is what you call black motherfucking excellence.
As soon as I
share this, why ain't y'all sharing this?
The bitch put me right in the chair.
I see everybody from women to men to gender non-conforming to non-binary to trans people. It was also important for me to create a safe space where people could come and get their hair done. As a stylist working in salons, probably for over 4 to 5 years, there were so many times where I had trans women come to me to get their hair done, where they spoke about having awful experiences with going into Black salons in order to get their hair done. Just feeling uncomfortable with the gossipy kind of atmosphere that a Black salon can be. Additionally, kind of cis women kind of giving them what they wanted to give them versus what they actually want. I also feel like I specialize in femme queen hair because I feel like there is a specific way that we prefer our hair to be, which is a lot of times it's very full, like we like full hairstyles, at least, and our hairstyle a lot of times is a part of us. A lot of times it's our cape unto the real world. Like once you get your hair done, you can accomplish anything. So
right. I
wanted to be able to provide that to the community as well as just to anyone who wanted to patronize my business.
Right. Alessandra Michelle Alvarez says, do you specialize in lace fronts?
No.
Okay.
I create them and I do know how to install them. A couple of years ago, I did used to install lace, and I do know how to install lace, but I stopped doing it because I no longer could stand behind it because of what it does to the edges. So I recently kind of shifted my brand because initially I was doing weaves, I was installing lace wigs,
and I was coloring hair. I mean, I'm pretty sure people have seen that I've actually worked with a couple of celebrities, but I could never really stand behind gluing something to someone's forehead. And again, I do know that people love that and it works for everybody, but it was really important for me to create and to be able to do work that I could stand by, not just because someone wanted it and brought me a coin. I learned how to install lace fronts because I was working in a salon that required me to know how to do it because they sold them in stores. But after doing them for a while, it was just like, girl, I don't want to do this anymore.
Taking points and taking edges all at the same damn time.
Yeah, so I kind of, I shifted my focus. Again, lace fronts are great, and for the women who do them, they do amazing work. Like there's another girl out there named Charmaine who does fucking phenomenal work. And anyone that wants a lace front, I always recommend them to Charmaine because I'm not the girl for it. I can do it, but I won't. I refuse not to. I prefer to just, I can make lace fronts on locks, which I have done. I have made faux lock lace fronts for my clients who didn't want to come sit in my chair. This was actually something that was done during the pandemic. So I can put my faux locks on a lace and I can mail that to you and you can install it yourself. But as far as me installing it, that's not where we are. That's not where I am, at least right now with my business. I am still in the process of rebranding. I'm actually planning on beginning to do real human hair locks, which will come down the pike next year, as well as expanding into products, which is when I personally plan on getting an LLC. That's why I made the comment about everybody doesn't necessarily need LLC, because when I went into it and I started to research about LLCs, especially in reference to running a salon business, it really just seemed like it was protecting your income from liability, which I understand completely. But the way my business is, and being that I do a lot of things because I also work in public health in the daytime. I hate to say in the daytime because I do hair in the daytime too, but I also do on the side, I work in public health as well. The way my money comes, I feel like your money needs to be really, really, really stable in order to have the LLC so that you're able to afford all of the yearly fees and stuff that come along with that. So once I get out of my studio space and probably into a boutique, which is something that I plan on doing in the future, that is when I feel like for my business, I will need an LLC. As of right now, I'm just a sole proprietor because I feel like that works for me in my business. And I'm able to know that that money is going to be there and provide the receipts that are necessary in order to do what I need to do through my systems and stuff that I have established with Acuity and etc.
Okay.
But yeah.
So let me ask you a question. She fucked that Rasta pasta up.
Cool.
She fucked that Rasta pasta up. So let me ask you a question, Anya. So when did you realize that credit was important?
So I knew credit was important a long time ago, honey. I knew credit was important when I was homeless and had no money and I was looking for an apartment and they still wanted my credit score. And I didn't have established credit at the time and I was denied a lot of apartments because I didn't have a credit score. Well, I had a credit score, but it was like no established credit. It was like 600, but it was nothing there outside. Right. Student loans. I hadn't gotten credit cards or anything like that because, much like you guys were saying, we really didn't know anything about needing cards outside of scamming them. So, right. Kind of wasn't until I kind of just started like wanting to expand my business, do more for my business, as well as do more for myself, like buy a car, be able to apply for certain loans. I would say probably in the last 5 or 6 years that I understood how important credit was. And then I started to seek out to repair my credit. And I repaired my credit myself. I was literally able to jump from $600 to $775 within maybe a year or two by using various like I did small loans like Self. There's something called Self that you can they take out money out your account.
Everything.
Everything.
I use them as well.
Yeah, that really, really helped my credit. And disputing things. I had so many. So, you know, being one of the girls, I've probably lived in probably 6 to 7 or 8 states. So I had bills in every motherfucking state that you could name. And I had to start disputing those bills, as well as stuff that our parents did with our names when we were younger, putting our bills in their names. So I disputed a lot of that stuff, and the disputes actually went through, and a lot of stuff got removed off of my credit from just disputing old cell phones thing. Like, girl, just, I just went through the line and I just disputed everything. Just, bitch, disputed, bitch. Even if I knew I knew I owed it, bitch. I was so, that really worked for me. That, and then also getting secured credit cards. So I first got, what is that card? You put like $200 on it, and then you have your card, and then it's like secure, and then you just keep paying for it.
Yeah, so that's called a secured credit card. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot the name of the company. I'm trying to think of the company.
Every fucking bank has them. Every bank knows them. Yeah.
So I did that, and I would do
the card brown.
What? Huh?
Was the card brown?
Girl, yes.
Because I used that one too, bitch. I can't.
Yeah, and I still have it. Gag. I still fucking have it, and it's still $200. They won't raise it. But what I would do is I would charge it, and then I would pay it completely, but I would also overpay. So if the bill was $70, I was paying $80, and I kept doing that until my credit kind of went up. And I think once I hit 650, then they was just throwing credit cards at me, bitch, from everywhere. Bitch, Mr. Capital One, girl, Citibank, girl, everybody. But I was like, trying to pace myself, and I got a couple of cards. Like, I had at least 2 cards that I was just like, again, charging and then completely filling them up. And then once I hit 700, I was Benji cunt. Then they started sending me American Express. Then I went and got my car. And once I got my car really, really shot my credit up, like, really far. Like, and then I was also paying my car ahead of time, because that was also important to me, because now that I am somewhat financially stable, I have financial anxiety, and I don't know if people talk about that a lot. So
no, but please touch that topic, because it's true. It exists.
So again, being one of the girls and being a sex worker as well, I've always been a girl to have a coin, and having money has always been something that has been easy for me to get. But it's keeping the coin and keeping it stable. I don't like not having money. It makes me scared. So in order for me to make sure that not having money and being homeless, like, I can't do either one, or not having lights. So what I do that works for me, I'm not into that auto pay stuff. Like, I don't like people digging in my accounts, just taking stuff out just to be taking it. I don't like that. I pay everything forward. So my car payment is paid out until next year. When I pay my utilities, I pay my utilities up until like $700, so that it's all paid out until I don't have to pay for it until the following year. So that I feel like doing that really, really helped my credit, because as I started doing that, that's when my credit just kept shooting up. And now I've been at a steady 775. And I only think that I'm not at 800 because I have student loans. And that's something that I'm really hoping that these forgiveness programs that are coming will really help me with these.
Go to studentaid.gov.
I did it already.
Put it out already? Okay, yes,
Yep.
I do, bitch.
Yes, ma'am, because I got at least $30K in student loans from 3 different schools, girl. And
I got $25K from my culinary degree.
and that's not even talking about interest. So yeah, as soon as I can get that, because I don't think I'm ever gonna pay those student loans back. And I know that's not a good thing to say, because yeah, you should, but girl, this thing, I'm not.
I graduated culinary school with my bachelor's in 2005. Bitch, it is 2022 and I have had the money 10 times over. I am back that student loan.
Damn, girl, I'm a pay my car loan, but that student loan could.
Girl, I'm not
for what this country has put us through.
Yeah, no, that's my reparation.
That's my and I'm really I believe that government that student loan forgiveness things works, because bitch, I have not seen a tax return in God knows how long, because bitch, them student loans snatch. What's her name? Sally Mae? Miss Thing.
Sally Mae. Sally Mae, that white woman is shady, ain't she?
She's terrible. But yes, I will say this, because even though Anya said auto pay doesn't work for her, auto pay is my salvation.
Yeah, I mean, again.
Oh God! If I didn't have auto pay, child, some of my shit would probably get cut off. And it's not because I don't have the money; it's just because I don't have the time to sit there.
Let me tell you something. Auto pay. 3 weeks ago, auto pay took, and I don't even know how the fuck my lights got this high, bitch. But they took. I just finished getting paid. Just finished paying the rent. Auto pay took $403 out of my account, left me with $18 for 2 weeks, bitch. Just finished getting paid.
How far?
I don't even
like. Look, I think my lights are carrying.
A bad habit of mine is I don't even like looking at bills, bitch. I don't look at them. I have all my bills hooked up to my bank account so that I'm able to just send the money. So as soon as I get my paycheck, I always allot at least $100 to each utility. In this way, again, I wind up usually overpaying, so I'm ahead of time, so nothing ever gets cut off. And then if I also like to keep in mind that I jump around a lot between occupations. So there may be a time sometimes where I'm not working.
We're having a downtime, yeah.
You know what I mean? So I like to pay it forward, because so that I'm able to get shit back together if something, you know, so that I have time
right, that bounce
back together if something goes down. But I mean, even if that means I gotta bitch do some Uber Eat deliveries, or you know, whatever the case may be, bitch, if I gotta do what I gotta do, I just need to make sure that I have time, because like the whole living paycheck to paycheck is very, very dangerous in my opinion, you know, because girl, anything could happen. I work on these jobs, and you know, sometimes my mouth could be real slick, and I be to curse somebody out. They be to fire me. Then what I'm gonna do? You know, I always gotta make sure I have something back up for it. You know, so yeah, that at least that's how that has worked for me. And then credit just makes it even better, because then you always have your credit cards for emergencies, which some people say you shouldn't use credit cards for emergency, but at least one credit card I think is good to have to the side just in case something happens and you need to live off of that.
I think that's all cards should be for, or for emergencies. You should never have a credit card that you're living off of. If you do, then problem. But to what Anya said, that mindset of paying things in advance, you know, coming from where we come from, all of us, everybody on this screen, you know, we never know what tomorrow could bring. We could be in jail. We could be caught up somewhere. You never know. So I was the same way. I used to always, if I had a $300 gas and electric bill, and I had an extra $80, $90. I threw that shit on that gas and electric bill. I might be broke, but I knew I had breathing room come next month, because I knew next month was winter and it was going to be cold, and that bill might be $400 and something, and that extra 80 that I put the month before when I had it is going to help me out next month. And when you have that type of mentality that you're thinking and looking into the well-being of your future, it makes it a lot easier. Everybody does not have that luxury.
Right.
But the whole purpose is to get to a point where you start to make that your everyday ritual. You know what I mean? To understand that it's okay to be broke as long as your fucking bills are paid.
Right.
Exactly.
I just want to point out, we got the pioneer Tony Revlon watching us on this live. So let's just shout out to Uncle Tony. Hey, Uncle Tony, how are you?
You know, it's a lot to, you know, even now. Just, I told you I was sick when I came back from Vegas, right? And I was down for a week. Now, granted, let's say that I used to always think when I was driving trucks, like, God, what happens if I get out the truck and slip and fall and break my leg? What am I going to do? Who's going to pay?
Cute. I heard a story where somebody actually, you know what I mean, they had to stop. They got out on the side of the road. They had to pee, and a truck came and just ate them right on up on the road. Bitch, gone. Young guy just had a kid, 20-something years old. But they said these are things that actually happen.
Yeah. My driver just called me. I want to say it was about 2-3 weeks ago. She said the truck was losing power and it was jerking and she didn't know what was going on. And she was on the side of this highway and I'm freaking out. And I'm like, okay, I need you to get up under the truck to see if there's, you know, any lines that are disconnected or if you can see what the issue is. And when I tell you the way them cars and them trucks was zooming by her, I was like, girl, you know what? Just stay in the truck.
Right.
Get back in the truck. I'm gonna call roadside assistance and we'll have them come and figure it out, because the shit is real. The shit is real, and I have a driver getting killed looking for a damaged wire on my fucking dime. You know what I mean? It's not that.
Right.
So yeah.
Right.
But it's all about freedom. We need.
Yes. Yes.
I do want to just go back, because Barbie said that she has a financial literacy program with her organization. Barbie, if you can put your organization up for those that may want to reach out to you, that would definitely be great, because we do need financial literacy. We need people to know that you don't have to live paycheck to paycheck. That in itself is anxiety. You know what I mean? People just,
I live that. You know what I mean? I live that. And that's one of the whole reasons that I am not too proud to ask for advice on anything, on any subject, to anybody. You know what I'm saying? This is really, 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 really a blessing. Barbie and you too, Tamara. I'm on here learning, right? I'm on here learning.
Anya, Alessandra asks if you can pin your website.
Hi,
pin your website.
Okay, sure.
Also, Anya, what are your thoughts on the whole Nikita Dragon scandal?
Who is that?
Good question.
It don't even matter, girl. It don't even matter. It don't even.
You see,
that was quick.
I thought it was over.
Oh, okay.
That was quick. That was easy.
Who's that? I don't know her.
So, I have another question, ladies. What are your thoughts? And just some context. I really love y'all opinions. when it comes to conversations, especially about trans topics, you bring a lot of meat for the plate. And I want to know, what are your thoughts on this month being the month that's selected to remember trans people who are no longer with us, being so close to one of the three major holidays in the world? Thanksgiving, well, at least in the United States, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's.
Transgiving.
Right.
Okay.
So what are your thoughts? Because I mean, I honestly feel that, look, if you're gonna rip a Band-Aid off, do it in style. Don't just give me one day to remember my sisters and brothers who have died before us. You know what I mean? Give us a whole fucking month. We're worth it.
Well,
I think. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead, Anya, go ahead.
So again, working in agencies for many years, I have dealt with trans remembrance time and time again, and I just wish that there was more celebrations of life versus. I think it could be really depressing, and I just wish that we were able to celebrate their lives while they were here instead of a month, like mourning every like every year. You know
Right.
what I mean? I think it's just always really sad, and I really hate to be sad. You know what I mean? I would prefer to just think about the great things that the girls did, while they were here, and I have a way that I think about death, that it's a little bit different than other people.
Right.
But I mean, I have no problem with it being where it's at in reference to your question. I just feel like it's just always really sad, and I feel like that we would remember them in a celebratory way versus kind of like these really sad videos and meme posts, and like I just wish that
I think it's hard to remember them in any type of celebratory light, only because in the which their lives are taken away. These are not people that are dying
By natural causes.
People are being ripped out of the hands of their loved ones. So it's a balance definitely that needs to be there, but it's so hard. It's so hard to try to celebrate when this person was burnt and left in a building and not found for months or days, and then when they were found, they were misgendered, and it's just.
But why do we got to remember that every year? I mean, I get it. You know what I mean? I get it, but I just don't feel like it needs to be the strong point of why, like,
I guess
there was life before that, and there is life after that. So, but again, this all comes to my way of looking at death, and the reasons why death happens. So, and I don't want to get into that because I feel like we're going to derail off of the topic.
Let me say, there's somebody like, I'll take for example, Courtney, Erica, Ayana, Toya, and Kalisha. They were all sisters with Maisha.
Yes, and every year they celebrate her life.
They celebrate her life. Every year there's a cookout, there's t-shirts, there's such joy and camaraderie amongst this group of women that lost someone. And I think those type of celebrations, they get looked at by the people that are in the circle, but those type of things are not remembered. Those type of things are not sensationalized on social media, where Maisha's been going for years. God bless her soul. And they keep her name alive by celebrating her. If we could celebrate the deaths that are happening by looking at who the people were in their life and not so much focusing on how they were taken away, that might change things. You know, because it's always, the headline is trans woman slain by this person or found here, instead of talking about, you know, person was, you know, what they were for their community, who they were for their family. And I mean, it's all just nuances, but it's optics as well, because if you talk about the positives, then it doesn't hurt so much.
Right.
You know? It's hard though, because there's so many of us dying by so many different hands. It's ridiculous.
Shout out to Erica, who is on this live. She actually just commented.
Yes.
She said, we will always celebrate our sister forever.
Yes. Yeah. And I love it.
Niambi, what are your thoughts?
For me, it's more along the lines of awareness, because this shit is still happening. Like, you know, these are things that we're still, you know, going through. I agree that social media, a lot of these media platforms, a lot of these blog platforms do sensationalize the way, and, you know, take advantage almost and sensationalize the way that we are taken out of here. It's bittersweet. You know what I mean? You know, you want to celebrate the life of, you know, our sisters and everything. But I really think that there needs to be a stern awareness on, and it's a testimony to how resilient we all are, especially us four ladies on this live, that we are continuing to navigate in a world that don't want us here. They always got something to say. They always got some, you know, there's some type of, you know, innuendo and shade. Like, bitch, you can't even go to the fucking store and mind, like, it's always got to be a freaking production. Somebody's always minding your business. So, you know what I'm saying? And to the point to where we are being taken out of here because of it, people need to know that.
Right. I mean,
You know, so, you know, and I'm all for, you know, celebrating, you know, somebody's life. But
Wait a minute.
My thing is, why does it have to be?
What I said and not answering Denise's question. No shit.
Oh, no, that's how I feel. No, that's how I feel. I feel because I feel no. No, seriously, like, I feel on both sides, because let me tell you something. I feel similarly to you. I feel similarly as you when it comes to life and death and the afterlife, and how things, that this isn't the end. You know what I mean? I feel similarly as you when it comes to that. But for us, the way that we live, like, we have to fight for a regular life. To where, like when does the fighting stop? When can we just, like, be and just exist?
When we all walk around with hammers and knock everybody who has anything to say to us.
And yeah, you know what I mean? And then, then that's when they start crying, and then we go to jail, and we got to do all this time, and it becomes our fault.
We'll be with Nikita Dragon. We'll be all right.
Yo, who is Nikita? I'm serious.
Girl, it do not matter.
I'm on the thing.
It does not matter.
It does not matter. Nikita died?
No. Nikita didn't die. Nikita in jail, girl.
Oh my God.
I she was released. They were saying on the thing that she was released out of there. That she was, they gave her bail and she's released. But my whole thing is that bitch, when you do stupid shit, you win stupid prizes, girl. Like, come on. And that's just that. You know what I mean? And I'm sure this similar thing would have happened to a cis woman. She's freaking walking around and freaking shit naked, freaking throwing water on freaking folks and carrying on.
Erica says Nikita Dragon was released. So Nikita Dragon is a transgendered woman who is, I think, of Caucasian and Asian descent. Who is, I think, a rapper.
Politically correct, girl. This is not the platform for that.
Okay, she's a hot fucking mess.
Right, thank you. She's like, no.
Who's a rapper? She's I think she's an independent hip hop artist.
Hip hop.
I don't know. Look,
bitch, that is not hip hop.
You talking about
don't you dare disrespect hip hop like that.
She made an egg or something like that.
Did she make an ad?
Don't she have like a makeup or something? Like
yes. Mm-hmm. Yep.
She had an egg thing.
I think so. Yeah.
I know who y'all talking about.
Yeah. So she was just recently arrested. I think in Florida.
And now after this whole jail debacle, she just came out with a song called "Bend Me Over," bitch. Like I can't. Like I can't. Like I can't. Bitch, I can't.
She needs
a few girls that are a babe.
She needs to make a song about being in jail with a serial cocksucker who got 87 years.
Isn't she like an influencer or something like that?
Yes, she sure is. Yeah.
Okay. Oh well, I mean,
I
don't be believing nothing. Like, it's so hard for me to believe anything that I see online is legitimate without some sort of strategic, especially some strategy, especially when it comes to influencers and people who are always trying to gain fame. And that's kind of like, I think I've seen Nikita's stuff before, and I think again that she is an influencer. So
yes, she is.
Been real, like, and then the way you just said what happened, she got locked up. Then right after she got locked up, she dropped a single. So that all sounds like it was kind of like she was just kind of playing with the publicity, feeling like any publicity is good publicity. So let me do this and get locked up. I'll get out the next night and be able to pay off the fine, with the money that I'm gonna make from pushing this single.
Well, talk about privilege, because nobody gets locked up on purpose.
Right.
Exactly. But who does that? Come on.
I mean, again, I don't know. I don't have any. I mean, if she got locked up, then that's unfortunate. What did she do?
Go ahead, Niambi.
Do I know what keep saying? Go ahead. Do you think it's like this is what I go? Do not know what keep saying? Go ahead, Niambi. The lady walked around in the public with totally naked in a public hotel space. The security complained, the cops were called, and she's being belligerent, like a lot. You know what? I'm not even gonna go there. I'm not even gonna go there.
She was throwing water on the employees and then went to attack the cop. My question is, why didn't they shoot her?
Wow.
Because she was,
she's a chalk colored rat.
But she's not black.
No, nowhere near it. Nowhere. Maybe she's black by injection.
She's black by aesthetic and dick,
By injection.
But she has some black in her.
Go ahead, Mira.
You mean she's had black in her before?
Yes.
Yeah, she's had black in her.
Gorgeous gowns.
I love all the girls, and all the girls are what?
Fine. Woman.
Girl, like I can't. Like the need for validation is so prevalent when you come online. Like it just is. Especially a lot of the people where the public holds to this like high standard. A lot of these freaking public figures, like a lot of them will create whole storylines, bitch, just like similar to this one. You know, they'll create these whole storylines, and the whole time you got people following the entire storyline, and
Right.
it's just a bunch of bullshit.
But it's
The way I feel
our
about it is,
expense. It's at our expense because you're sitting here talking about, oh, you got me in a holding cell with men, and bitch, you was just in a lobby.
It's like this.
You was just in a lobby,
Right.
girl,
Her meat was voguing, bitch, and she,
sitting in there waiting to see the judge.
and you want to complain that this is where you being put, Miss Thing, please.
Miss Thing, she was in the lobby like this. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock.
Girl, and now because you're locked up, you want everybody to, you want to snatch everybody's sympathy and empathy for you. Miss Thing, I feel nothing for you. No.
you
Like
know,
we're
sadly,
go ahead.
we don't. Well, I don't either. But she'll make a coin from this sympathy. She'll get that pity coin because of who she is.
That's ridiculous.
It's not. It is.
But it's true. It's true.
true.
That's true.
Okay, so here's the question, y'all. Cookie Tookie or Nikita Dragon?
Who?
It's no shade. I'm riding with Philly all day. Fuck that bitch.
What do you mean?
So, Samantha James. And shout out to Samantha James. I hope she's doing, well or better or whatever. But
as far as the pity coin, like you said earlier, you know what I mean? The pity coin.
well, as far as the pity coin, honey, even though it's two different avenues, it's basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing, bitch.
Yeah.
Playing on people's empathy and sympathy. Like, bitch, oh.
Yeah.
I think with Samantha, we know where the fuck the coin is going, so your coin is more secured over there. Bitch, if someone's going to have a good time.
I don't like the Samantha situation. I feel like her drug use was kind of glorified, and it just really added to make things kind of worse for her. And I hate that situation. I really hope that she finds good help. Because
how is she doing?
It's just a really, really poor situation. Like
it is. And the thing about it is, what's killing me is it's the same exact people that are in the comments praising her train wreck and contributing to her train wreck at the same time that are actually enabling her. How can you say, oh, let's get her help, but then enable her at the same motherfucking time? To me, that does not make sense.
Ooh, yes, look at God. I got lights. I got lights. I got
that
lights.
Was me, bitch. Because I'm telling the truth.
Yeah, bitch. Tell the truth. Turn my lights on. Shame the devil.
Let there be light.
I agree. I personally feel like the community has enabled her entertainment. And while, it was lucrative for her, it's like, when are we going to stop enabling her and just enable her to get help? But then it becomes, well, how can we enable her to get help? Because she's only going to get help when she wants to.
Thank you. And she is grown.
Again,
and
if you could make, and I always think about things in this way. If I could put myself online and be a fool and make a lot of money from just being a fool, would I not continue to make that money off being a fool if I had no other choice, in making money? I don't really know. But I just...
Is it really playing though?
Huh?
Ah.
Is it really playing?
Is it really playing?
I mean,
Samantha has some mental issues.
But it is no shade. That is a smart bitch.
Oh yeah.
Like I don't want to.
No. We not. There's no way that I'm saying that she's a dumb girl. I remember Samantha pre-foolishness.
Yes, before all that cookie tookie nonsense.
But when she was the it girl, when she used to have her ad on Backpage and her motherfucking mortician, motherfucking effect, and Miss Thing was one of the premier girls of motherfucking Philadelphia. You could sit and have a serious conversation with her. She's by no means a dumb girl. However, there is some mental battling. Hey!
I mean, it's clear that she has an addiction. But again, if me getting online and talking about eat them dicks and beat them dicks up was going to get me money to feed my addiction, would I not get online? Like, I definitely feel like there is strategy to what she's doing, even though she may not be wrapped completely tight. You know what I mean? Like, she's smart enough to know that she could get online in certain spaces and say certain things that's going to get her a coin.
Right.
I was scrolling one time, bitch, and got on her live, bitch, and it was 563 people, bitch, on there watching her sleep. She wasn't even up. She was story. Miss Thing. Now, do I call the people dumb for watching her, or do I call her smart for turning that motherfucking camera on and just fucking laying there getting story?
Yeah. I want her to win too. Like, I want to see her doing better, and it doesn't. It's like it's been so many years, and it seems like it's getting worse and worse. And I feel like I feel like the next step is to be a rest in peace. And I don't want to see that for her. But the way things are going, it just doesn't seem like she's ever going to be able to pull out. Like, you know, regardless of how many times we've heard that she's went to rehab and et cetera, et cetera. I really do hope that at some point she gets the help that she needs. She is really funny, and I hope that, you know, maybe she'll be able to utilize her talent and her niche for comedy in order to make her some income versus just kind of being this
in a train wreck. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time, do not the people gravitate to train wrecks?
Yeah, I mean, you
Look
know,
at Sydney
so
Star.
it's like I don't know, it's, you know, because the thing about it is, there have been times, and I've seen it over and over again, especially with Samantha. There have been times, bitch, where she has been doing good, where she has been booked at different spots.
Yes.
Bitch, they pay her dust. They pay her. I've seen it. They pay her dust when she is doing good, when she is getting bookings, when she is posting all these freaking gorgeous photos of her on flyers, getting ready to be at different places, traveling and carrying on. They pay her. Bitch, as soon as she falls off the wagon, bitch, here they come. Well, all I ever wanted for Samantha was for her to just shut the fuck up.
There's a guy in Brooklyn, right, that lives out here in Brooklyn. He's called the Brooklyn Bum. And he's on TikTok, and you often see pictures of him with women and in the garbage can and sleeping on the street, and it's all an act.
Is that the fat black man with the ripped up gray sweats and all that?
And he's not a bum. They be showing him eating food out the trash with another girl bum and all that.
Right.
And it's all an act. And it kind of, oftentimes I just feel like people like to see Black people doing bad or people of color doing bad as entertainment. It kind of reminds me of minstrel kind of stuff. Like, you know, you can't be online and be great. There must be some drama that must come along with you in order for you to be interesting and intriguing.
Right.
And Facebook sees that and boosts those kinds of posts too. Make no error or boo-boo about it.
Agreed.
You better talk about that.
Agreed.
They'll boost them kinds of posts because they're cataloging what everybody's fucking watching.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So it's what time is it?
1:53.
It's 9 p.m. Bitch, you had us on here all day, bitch. I'm about to ask you for a check, bitch.
Look, let me tell you something. As soon as I motherfucking get that check, trust me and believe, all my sister's gonna eat. We all gonna eat. We all gonna eat. Right. Trust me, we all gonna eat. Cause, like I said, I understand now. I understand. Now that I'm older, it's not about. It's not about taking your whole community with you because you can't really fly with all that weight. But, bitch, if you have a select few bitches, bitch, with the same motherfucking mentality that you do, bitch, and that can support you and y'all can support each other, bitch, y'all can make that motherfucking hot air balloon reach Saturn.
And even can disagree. Because I know a lot of y'all ain't used to seeing this. I know a lot of y'all ain't used to seeing this. 4 of the trans girls being online, bitch, whether we disagree or whether we agree, and still being cordial with each other and still loving on each other and still having fucking sisterhood. Because I know y'all not used to seeing that. Facebook, I love y'all for being able to create 4 fucking boxes right here. Y'all are eating it.
And we've had conversations within this whole 3-hour process. Bitch, Niambi, shut the fuck up. Within this whole 3-hour process, Niambi, don't you say a motherfucking word.
I'm not gonna say shit.
We've had 5 different icons on here with completely different stances on topics, able to come together cohesively and discuss it without having to read each other, without none of that. Bitch, this is just pure love and sisterhood here. I love that.
Now, Mariah, bitch, I'll get you on my platform. Because I know you somewhere out there, bitch. I'm going to get you. But this ain't the place or the time.
Don't y'all motherfucking judge me. Don't y'all say a motherfucking word. Yes, I eat cold Chef Boyardee right out the can.
Oh, no, that's cold, bitch.
Now, wait a minute. Your stove is working, right?
Huh?
Your stove is working. The tick, 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 tick is working, right? Come on now. So this is a choice. This what you're doing right here out the
that's her life
choice.
That is her life choice.
Let me tell you something. I was sucking crystal meth out of a glass dick for 7 years, bitch. That was a choice.
Do better. They got the microwavable ones. If there's some nostalgia of eating it straight out the can, they got the microwavable ones you can put in the microwave, sis. Do better.
All that I got is you. I'm so thankful I made it through.
It's some kind of poison that you could get from eating that straight out of the can. I don't know what it's called.
The shits. That's what it's called. The shits.
I can't.
Bitch. That bitch is eating all that Salma and that Nilla in that can.
Don't you jealous me. Don't you jealous me. Look, it's cooking in my stomach. I'm drinking it with a hot tea.
Oh. That bitch said it's cooking in my stomach.
Great.
Oh my God, girl, I can't.
You leaving anytime soon?
I just lost my fucking appetite.
Okay, I'll be right back.
You want me to lock the door?
Yes.
Shout somebody out for Trans Month of November who's no longer with us.
I'm shouting out Be Love. Today it's on my page. She actually got into an argument with somebody on Facebook, and then next thing you know that she was taken tragically, unfortunately, in her car. And you know, I'm remembering her today. Shout out to Jahara. Shout out to all the ladies that throughout the whole entire month. Because you know, there's going to be a whole lot of
I have not seen you in jeans forever. Let me get my husband.
crap around Trans Day of Remembrance, and I'm just sick of just because we live, eat, breathe, and shit just like everybody else, and we're here like everybody else. So we should never be. It's kind of like freaking Black History Month. Like what the devil? Like it makes me sick.
I'm about to drop off, but if y'all on when I get back, I'll come back on. My girlfriend just picked me up. We're going to the liquor store. I love y'all. I'll be back though if y'all still on.
All right, I love you.
So
yeah, like you know, we should not be condensed into 1 month, just like freaking Black History. Black History is something that has paved so many ways in our you know, in our society. Why is it like what the heck is Black History Month? Like no, like you know, I'm not just Black in February, bitch.
That's true.
And I'm not just trans in November. But I'm
Look at
definitely not
Anya.
trans
They got
just
Anya
for the
out and
day.
on the live, bitch. I better snow. Girl, it's gonna rain like rain today, bitch.
Yes.
Y'all got Anya out and on the live, bitch. Y'all better know. You know she stayed from behind. She right behind you. Hey, girl.
Yes.
Hey, boo.
Anya came from behind, bitch.
She came from behind today, bitch. You know she said, "Hey, boo, girl. Hey, y'all. I'm over here. Y'all over there."
So
Word,
Nicole, do you have anything that you want to add to the conversation?
Well, y'all shout out. You know who I want to shout out that I miss and I would love to see as far as T-Door is Cheyenne Allure.
She's still alive.
Yes, but that doesn't mean so T-Door is everything about everybody that's dead. Oh, we got to talk about the dead.
It's not just people who have gone
Oh,
into
no, I don't want
No.
to.
She said no. I was just being sure.
No.
I was just
She's alive, and I think that T-Door should not just be about celebrating those who are dead, but those celebrating those who are here. And not enough time do we celebrate the girls that are here, that they here, and we don't think nothing of them, but we calling on the dead, but the other girls somewhere sitting down, you know, would love to be acknowledged, and we don't acknowledge. And so when I think of acknowledging someone, especially someone from the ballroom community, in particular, right this second, because there's others, I think about Cheyenne. I shout Cheyenne a lot out. I speak her name. I always think about her, like wondering how she's doing and, you know, what's going on with her. There's a lot of ladies from our community that don't participate, but are still very much alive and are still very here. They have all different types of reasons why they no longer participate, and we all.
Come on, woman.
What was that? I didn't hear it. Wait a minute. Well, I have 3. For Trans Month of Remembrance, I want to shout out Stacy, Denise, and Nicole. I love y'all. Thank y'all for being y'all and for everything that y'all bring to this community, whether the community knows it or wants it or not. Thank you for being unapologetic in your truth. And just being unapologetic, period. I love all 3 of y'all ladies.
Anya, is there anybody that you want to shout out who's still with us?
Who's still with us? So this is gonna be a little bit weird because I actually am. I want to shout out someone who I do think is with us, but not in physicality. I want to shout out Yolanda and motherfucking Elora, because, and the reason why I say that is because even though they might not be here in physicality, bitch, we see them bitches on that runway every fucking time we see fucking performance. We see them. They are here with us. They are you know, what I would identify as literally the fucking ancestors of Femme Queen performance of this
Amen.
day.
Amen.
Because
Amen.
Oh, girl, I'm gonna cry. Stop. Oh, girl.
Amen.
every
Amen, Anya.
motherfucking dip bitch that we see from any
Amen,
girl,
Anya. Amen.
it's done, bitch. They are still here, bitch. They are still voguing, bitch. They are here. They are here. So I wanna
Amen.
help
Amen.
them out because I feel like oftentimes,
Yes, God.
the girls who, you know, like once we stop performing for y'all, nobody cares about you. You know what I mean?
Amen.
Nobody remembers, you know, who they are.
Amen.
I wanna speak as well.
Jesus, yes.
Girls were also extremely intelligent. It wasn't no stupid girls. They
Yep.
were amazing. They did amazing things within the community, and
Yes,
if they
God.
could help anyone, they would. They were so much more than their amazing performance that we often see, you know, imitated and mimicked.
Come on. Come on. Mm-hmm.
I wanted to shout them out.
Yes.
I feel like what they are always here with us, as well as Miss Motherfucking Deja, darling. Miss
Yes.
Deja was another one, bitch. She has raised so many trans women. She has been the one who has provided hormone shots for many of the girls. When bitch in New York, we only had 2 places to get motherfucking hormones, bitch. Brooklyn, the Bronx. Bitch. I just want to shout those girls out because, you know, I'm not forgotten that we know that they literally live on through their talents on the
Yes, God. Yes, God.
Yeah.
That's over. That was over. I received that. I received that, yes. Because they live on. Because they live on. I'm sorry. My somebody calls your phone, you lose your whole volume and everything. This thing. Oh my God.
That's why I put my shit on Do Not Disturb. Nicole, you should try that.
What?
Putting your phone on Do Not Disturb.
Oh yeah.
Denise, you just started Do Not Disturb today, bitch. Stop.
Mind your business, Sing.
No, but I respect that.
That was over, Stacey. Thank you for that.
Yes, it was.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and because their legacy lives on day by day, and
it does.
And everything, every performance, everything is still living right on. So we need to acknowledge them and continue to acknowledge them, because if there was them, there would be no where they are today.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they would Deja changed brought content feminine to the category like no other.
Right.
Like no other. So that's so dope.
Nicole, someone, Exonerable Johnson, has a question for you. You spoke on a live years ago, and it was about a trans woman in the ballroom, and she went on a flight and didn't make it due to complications. He asked, what's the video YouTube of it? She was moving somewhere but died due to HIV/AIDS, and I want the youth to watch it.
I'm sorry, repeat that again. How did it go?
They said you spoke on a live years ago, and it was about a trans woman in the ballroom scene, and she went to take a flight somewhere and didn't make it due to complications to HIV/AIDS, and it was on a YouTube, and she wants the younger children to watch it. So he or she is asking where, if it's on YouTube, or where is that video at, so that she can show it. It's a live document. I get it, but I don't get it. It's a live, I guess, a live that you were speaking about someone. I'm sorry, he.
Oh, I don't know. Oh my God, all the lives I've done, I don't know.
Right, I was just about to say, bitch, if you remember that, you're a bad bitch.
We look young, but bitch, we are too.
No, I'm just, and they were supposed to get on a flight and they didn't make it.
He said it's
I
similar
think
to
I know which one he's talking about. I think I know which one you're talking about, Dal. You said it's similar to Paris's Burner. It was a documentary. Hector Extravaganza is actually in it.
Are you talking about? Wait, are you talking about?
Come on, bitch.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Oh my God, what is that?
Oh God, Wolfgang Buch,
Yes.
Wolfgang Butch. What's his
The
name?
Spanish one, Anya.
Yes.
That one that she had meant she stabs her implant bags, to get them taken out. What was her name?
Consuela L'Amour?
What was it?
Consuela L'Amour?
Was it Consuela or it was Hector's Extravaganza? He's in it with her, and she even
right.
Bitch, what's the name of this motherfucking
Y'all
thing?
gonna get it, cause bitch, I'm getting ready to get it now, cause that's not gonna wear me out. Okay.
I think it's Mirror Mirror.
It's Mirror Mirror. It's Mirror Mirror. Mirror Mirror. It's not Mirror Mirror.
Wait a minute.
I've never seen
Oh well,
it.
bitch, I don't know.
Yes, you did see it, Denise. Oh my God.
He said it's not Mirror Mirror.
Well, he said yes, and then he said no.
Yes, it's Mirror Mirror. Yes. That's what I thought. Yes, it's called Mirror Mirror.
Yeah.
Because bitch, that's the only
But what
one
was her name?
did.
What was her name? What was her name? Look up her name. Niambi.
All right, hold on. Hold on, I got it. Hold on. Oh, bitch. Hold on.
I think it started with
Give me a minute.
C.
How are y'all bitches cruising online and on the thing at the same time? Because I can't move this screen out the way.
Oh, you can't? Oh, well, no, I'm on a different phone, bitch. Don't fuck her up.
Consuela Cosmetic is her name.
Yes, Consuela. Yes,
Consuela Cosmetic.
Consuela is her name.
Yes, yeah, and it's on it is on YouTube because that's where I saw it at.
The Spanish film queen that had them big bags, and they wouldn't take them out, and they ruptured in her breast, and she had to stab herself in order to get them bags up out of her.
Oh my God.
That is a very good. You gotta go watch the documentary.
Yeah, bitch. Oh my gosh, the tears that I cried watching that. Ooh.
Thank you.
Well, I want to shout out, since we're shouting out people who are still with us and celebrating them, I want to shout out Candy LaBeija.
Oh. Okay, bitch.
Because without Candy, there would be no.
Okay, bitch.
All right.
She
lives in Brooklyn now, I think.
Miss Cheesecake is still around, bitch.
Here y'all go. There. Oh, bitch. I lost it. But go ahead. Oh, here she go right here. This is Consuela.
Yeah.
Can y'all see that?
I can't see, girl. Look what you're doing. Look at it, Niambi. Look at it.
Yeah, can you see it now, bitch?
No.
So wait, I want to ask again. Wait, Consuela.
Yeah, isn't that Consuela L'Amour?
They got her on here. Her name is Consuela. It says Consuela Cosmetic. I don't know, maybe.
Yes, that is her Denise.
That is Consuela L'Amour, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's Consuela L'Amour.
So
there you go.
You know what? Oh, see, you can't get this bitch on a screen any other time. I got a question. I want to watch so bad. So it's not like an interview, but yes, I see the question. All right, so let me get it together. Calm down, because I see this. I think about it every single time, and I wonder. I know where the trauma. Me and Anya, we have spoken about this a long time ago, but when I watch the time that there was a time, in particular timing, when you came and swept the whole floor. Everybody just swept. You just swept. And it wasn't the sweeping that I was concerned about. I always think about how you swept and then left. I always think about that as how you swept and then left. And was you able to, I think about, was she able to save her mentality, the trauma? If you remember Niambi, because I seen the battle with you, and she really came and she swept through the whole place, but then she just left.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you bitch.
Yes, you bitch.
So,
And I always think about it, Anya, and I think that's like, I feel like I never got a real answer from you. I watched back then, I'm like, oh my God, bitch. I remember, and even you did it again. And I wanted to ask you, is it the trauma that it all brings, or is it what you know about the community on the backside that makes you come along, do what you do, and then you just walk away, you just get away? You did it for body. You did it when you did it for Femme Queen Performance. You just
first, I wanna speak to what happened after Niambi, after I battled Niambi. So I kept walking. I was still walking after I battled Niambi.
Okay.
I had walked, the POCC board. I was also walking at the clubhouse. When I did leave and I got up and left, I was still around, but I had began escorting. So I want to say this, right? So when I was walking again, I was 15 years old. No, like, I don't think people are really understanding that.
Right.
I'm walking and I'm battling against full-fledged women. Niambi had titties. Fucking Yolanda, all of them had titties. Bitch, I'm battling Mika, Alora, all of these girls. They out there in $1,000 fucking stiletto boots, and I'm out there in Timberland, a motherfucking best shirt. I'm just speaking from,
we were already,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So again, I needed to work on my femme queen.
Okay.
I was 24/7. I was 24/7 when I was walking Femme Queen Performance. At the time, bitch, as long as you was living 24/7 and taking hormones, they allowed you to walk. So yes, I was walking Femme Queen Performance. I was winning at the clubhouse. I started to walk major balls. I was winning at, major balls. I would usually lose to Mika. Mika was always my final boss, and that's my sis. But you know how you playing in the video game, bitch, and you always get to the final boss. The final boss was always fucking Mika. I love her.
Yolanda was mine, honey.
But
Yolanda would go carry with Niambi. Oh my God.
But the reason why I stepped away is because, one, I was homeless. I didn't have, bitch. I was literally sleeping on the trains and coming to balls.
Wow.
So I needed to get my life together. I needed to get my body, and I needed to get my titties. And I've never been one to be able to juggle 50 million things at one time. I'm a one goal person. So if I was slaying the balls at that one time, I was slaying that balls because that's what I was focused on. I began to get focused more on my transition, getting my surge, getting my body, bitch, getting a roof over my head, working, getting a job. You understand what I'm saying? So I was not able to balance all of that, going to balls and being at balls 3 o'clock in the morning and then having to wake up and go to my Auburn Pain or my McDonald's job at the same time. So that was kind of why I stepped away. But keep in mind, while I stepped away, I was still walking. I was not walking Femme Queen Performance. I was actually walking Realness in Boston and Connecticut. A lot of people don't know that. Only a few people are aware of that. But I moved to Connecticut. I was living in New Haven, and then I was a hoe. Like, I was one of the I was one of the fattest black bitches of my time. You know what I mean? So, once I stepped away from that, then I returned back to New York. I returned back to New York back in 2009, and I was still kind of coming around. I had changed my name, and at that point, I was kind of just like I don't really want to deal with it because it was trauma. There was some trauma there because one of the reasons why I wanted to get myself together because bitches is mean boots. And like, you know, there were a lot of people who appreciated me for who I was and my talent, but people were really nasty to me in reference to my appearance and how I looked and how I dressed and how I presented myself. And it, bitch, although, you know, I'm a stern set, it bothered me. So it was time for me to step away and get my femme queen together. So when I did come back and then I started walking body, for me, that was the aha moment.
Right.
That was like, bitch, catch this. Bitch, y'all gave this, now catch me now. So, you know, that's what that gave. And right now, I'm still around in a different capacity, but I'm not on the floor.
Right.
And then I also think that people have to understand is that when I was voguing, I didn't have no body or no titties or nothing like that. And it wasn't something that I got and continue to vogue. So now when I do try to vogue, my vogue looks completely different because now I have all this weight on me. In those videos when I was voguing, I was literally a padded bra, bitch. Bitch, a padded bra, a teaspoon of hormones, bitch, and the fucking agility of a child.
Right.
That's what it was giving. That's why I was jumping on tables.
And you know what? Not to cut you off, Anya. I think that's a lot of the girls' stories. To Alora, Yolanda. I think
they forget that we were children.
Yeah, I think
children.
that everybody forget that. Everybody forget that part, that we were kids, and that when you're a child, even though you're voguing and you're hanging out in clubs and all the stuff, you misinterpret to being adult, when in all actuality, Anya, you're right. You were 15 years old. Wow. Gag.
Right.
Yeah. So,
bitch, I was a kid, I ain't had no parents, bitch. Of course, bitch, you gonna think it's a child, this thing.
Bitch,
I remember when you became the escort diva, bitch. I remember, bitch, bitch, it was the prices went up, bitch. I remember that. I remember that, bitch.
I was focused on that, and me being focused on that was allowing me to build my body, get the work that I needed. Again, this was before insurance was paying for anything.
Yes.
So in order for you to
keep that in mind, everybody.
In order for you to get a titty, bitch, you had to bust like 4 states, Miss Thing.
Okay.
And then travel out to fucking Mexico just to get, you know, whatever you wanted. So, you know, I was just focused on getting my life together. So that was why, you know, there were a lot of, you know, pauses for me, and then the returning. And then I also, you know, just being in various houses and dealing with various people, it became a thing of like, missing, why am I doing this to impress these people? Like, girl, like it became a lot, especially when a lot of people who were nasty to me were just like, bitch, they were bums, missing. Like you know, I was a bum too, but it was just like, you know, I'm trying to impress these people, and they're in no better situation than me. And it was coming, it was really coming to that realization that I needed to do things that made me proud of myself. If that makes sense. So what that meant was, you know, going to school, getting jobs, you know, those things allowed me to look in the mirror without the validation of others and be proud of myself.
That's right.
So
this conversation, bitch.
You better do,
You better leave for this conversation.
So, you know, that has always been something that has been important to me. And there was a turning point, you know, in my life where I looked in the mirror and I said to myself, you know, like, especially, so I lost my best friend, not too long before I moved back to New York. And it really fucked me up, like, mentally. And it made me think about, so when I die, how do I want to be remembered? Do I want to be remembered as a prostitute who vogued down?
Yes, Anya, yes.
No, bitch, I did not want to be remembered as her.
Right.
So then I started to invest my time into doing community work and, you know, helping people. Not because that was what I wanted. Like, I wanted just more substantialness to my life versus just going to balls and going to the village and hanging out every night. And I just always had this thing, and I know some people might take it as being a little snotty, but I always felt like there was more for me than what I was doing. And I still feel like that to this day. Like there's always more. You know what I mean? There's always
it's not
more
snotty. It's
than
not
what's in front of me.
yourself.
Yeah, there's always more to what's in front of me and to what I'm doing now. You know, there's always room for elevation. There's always room to be better. And that was what it was for me. You know, I could have been at the clubhouse every fucking Wednesday, bitch, every ball. But to me, that wasn't necessarily conducive to a future. And I do know that there are a lot of people who can juggle both. Like, you know, there are people who have became nurses while walking ballroom, but I'm not them. And and to this day, I tell myself that, like, I can't juggle 50 million motherfucking things at one time. I have to be focused on one thing, because whatever I'm doing or whatever I'm focused on, I want to be the best at it in that moment.
Come on.
You know what I mean? So I can't slack. I need to do it 100%. So if that's working for the Department of Health, I want to be the best, you know, that's just going to give. If that's walk-in performance and voguing, bitch, I want to be the most agile carrying bitch that there is. If that's walking body, I want to be the most effective titty shaking this bitch. That's just I am. And I'm going to put all my energy into that one thing. But what I've learned is when I try to juggle too many things, something always winds up falling under.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like when I tried to go to college and go to school at the same time and run a business, I could not juggle all of that because it was entirely too much for me. And I often feel like a lot of times people will compare you to other people, like, well, Miss Thing did it. Bitch, I'm not Miss Thing. You know what I mean? You know, like, oh, well, Miss Thing did this. I'm not Miss Thing. I'm me.
I'm not Miss Thing, right.
Yeah, I need to know how I need space to do what I need to do and take care of myself along with doing things that make me proud. Because honest hour, when I was walking balls, there wasn't $1,000 categories. You know what I mean?
Sure wasn't, bitch.
You know, so me trying to go to a ball to feed myself, bitch, all I was getting was a little plastic trophy. So it really wasn't. It like, and I also wanna speak to when I came into ballroom. I didn't even know what a legend was. It was never a goal of mine to a status. It was always just coming out voguing. It was a place for me to be instead of sleeping on the street or sleeping on the pier. It was somewhere where I could go, have fun, be affirmed, enjoy myself, you know, forget about my motherfucking troubles, forget about the fact that, bitch, I'm homeless right now, but, bitch, I can go and dance on this floor and make this whole room stand up. You know what I mean?
Come on, Anya.
So, you know, like that's my story.
You know what? And
that's part of my story. But yeah,
I'm going to be
that's why I go and I come and I go and I come, because often, like, ballroom is expensive. Again, if I'm going to do something, I'm going to be the best at it. So I want to be done up like the girls and all of that other stuff. And if I don't have it, I'm just not going to come around. I'm not going to let people see me at my worst. And that's me. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
I think
go up too much.
I think that I really, really, and I'll reach out to you soon for something bigger, but you are truly a part of the unsung, one of the greats, and everything that you have come along and doing. Even now that I hear you say you put aside the time to do it, you have done it and swept through it. Like when you did body, you swept through it. When you did performance, you swept through it. Even when you was in nonprofit, you were sweeping it through it. We sat at a lot of tables together. And so you have the ability to focus and sweep through things quite easy. But you're often not as recognized as you should be, you know, as being one of the greats that can actually lend a hand and teach and show others how to do that from their perspective, from we meeting them where they are. and not trying to say, like you said, oh, Miss Thing did it. Oh, well, Miss Niambi did this and such and such. Oh, Denise did such and such. But actually meeting them where they are, understanding what works for them and how that looks for them. And you are one of the greats for making that happen, you know? So T-Dog Remembrance, we speak your name, Anya, because your legacy and your whole testimony and process and has been wonderful and has been able to change others' lives. It may not change this one life, but it has brought change to other lives. And so we speak your name too. Because
Thank you. I
along
appreciate that. And I want to say something else. I feel like I'm not often recognized because I'm not in people's face. And I've never been an in-your-face girl. I'm very introverted. I'm very to myself. I keep to myself. I walk in rooms. I don't say hi to people all the time. If I don't fucking know you. Like I'm to myself. I've never really been great at the politics of ballroom, or like bitch, girl, you there? Hi, what's up? Like if I know you, we're gonna say hi. But I'm not like going out my way to like. And I think if I was in people's face more, then I would probably get more recognition. But I've never desired to be in people's space. Like I've always, like I have no problem with being behind the scenes, helping people do what they need to do and watching them flourish. To me, watching people flourish, that's my affirmation and my validation by seeing people doing, great things. And I've always been a let the work speak for itself sort of kind of person. So, if the work ain't speaking that loudly, that's fine too for me. You know what I mean? As long as I know, again, validation with me has always been doing things that allow me to look in the mirror and be proud of myself.
Right.
You know that way? Like I always wanted to be proud of myself, because it's just like, girl, like I look at myself all the time like, bitch, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing to make things better for yourself? Like, people not going to show you that love. And I also want to speak to being dark skinned as well. I think sometimes when you're in ballroom, especially when you're in ballroom,
colorism.
I feel like, like the dark skinned girls is always the girls that's thought about last. No shit. You know what I mean? You don't like, I'm not a lot of people's favorite. And I think that's interesting, because although I'm not a lot of people's favorite, a lot of people do my moves. But but again, you know what I mean?
You better throw it, bitch.
It is what it is. And I'm by far, I'm not trying to throw it. You know what I mean?
No.
I'm just saying what I see.
It's the truth.
It's the truth. No, again, it's not going. It's the truth. Speak your shit.
It's the truth.
Again, it's not. It's not a big thing. It's all right, because again, I've done things in my life that make me proud of myself, and I don't need to be validated by the masses to be proud.
Amen. Word.
You know what I mean? It is what it is. And I've gotten little cunty awards and stuff like that, and like even when I won the Trans Activist Award with the Latex Board, I got there late because I had anxiety about getting on the stage and talking to people, because girl, I don't want to be front street cunt. I've never been like, I'm not like, and
I don't want to be front street cunt.
I don't like, and I know. Okay, again, like
I fit very well with being front street cunt. So I can
and you know what, Nicole, you're amazing at that, and that works for you. But I've never been good at being front street cunt. I've always been, and I also believe that there's a job for everybody, and everybody's job is not front street cunt. Some people's job is to be in the background. Some people's job is to help the people make the motherfucking flyers. Some people's job is just to show up and be present. Sometimes your job is just to encourage the front street girls and be there, like, so I like, a lot of times I read posts and I feel like I'm drifting off the topic, but I read posts sometimes and they feel like, bitch, she activated for that. Why she ain't activating for this? Because everybody has their fucking job and their lane that they need to activate in. That's why she don't give a damn. My activism has never been stuff that has been on Front Street. My activism has always been direct advocacy, medical advocacy, advocating for people when, you know, they need a doctor's appointment. That has always been my advocacy in the way that I'm able to advocate for people. It has never been protesting and chaining myself to stuff, or even like, I'm not even a long paragraph girl. Like, I'm not writing y'all out a thesis. We're not doing those. Like, it's just, that's just, you know, that's just not who I am. You know what I mean? And I've accepted that. You know, I really wish that I could. You know, I wish that I was a paragraph girl. Like, I live for them. But
you was a paragraph girl.
It's just, it's not who I am. I'm barely a webcam girl. Like, y'all just got me on here because I thought that this was really fucking cool. And I'm like,
that's why I gagged. That's why I gagged. You saw I gagged like, Anya, you on the fucking camera? Bitch, I gagged because I've always known for you, even when you were doing the work, you the way you did the work was very unique and it was different, and you always were very good with creating, not just staying, but creating your own lane and how you think things should be distributed when you're doing that. And so I took notice of that a long time ago with you, that you're not good with being all up and in that with all that. That's too much work for you, and that you are good with doing it your way and figuring out your way. I figured that out a long time ago. A long time ago. And when you speak to the colorism, going back to that, the colorism in ballroom, that's, see, as where for you, that's been a little introvert. To me, that's real out. I want to be out and up in front. You understand? Because we're not allowed to stand in our whole bold color truth. And dark skinned girls it's harder. Let's not front. It's harder, and they got a lot more things to say about a dark skinned girl than they do a girl that is a fair color. And that creates a lot of shade, a lot of discomfort.
I mean, just no shade. Just think about it. Myself, Tamara, Janice, girl, no shade. Bitches was out voguing down, eating the best of them, but we are usually the last in the conversation.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You know, but you know, it is what it is. Life is life. You move on. Again, this is why. And I always encourage this to people who call me auntie, to my kids. It is so important to do things in life that you're able to look at yourself and be proud of yourself and be like, you know what? I did this, and this is what I did. And bitch, I ate this. It is so important for that. To be able to love on yourself without everybody clapping at you, because bitch, the clapping will stop. Girl.
Yes, it will.
You know, like, bitch, it's gonna run out, and then a lot of times, you know, the clapping and the validation and the work Miss Thing, it's not contributing to a paycheck. And for some, again, it does, but there are very, very few people who are able to monetize ballroom. Very, very few, and those who do are absolutely motherfucking amazing. But everybody can't monetize that. So for me, you know, again, coming from a place of homelessness, of being on the street, of being, you know, being on my own, going, you know, couch surfing, it just became like, girl, if I'm going to change my life, then I have to change what I'm doing. Like, I need to change how I'm going about things. Because and I always say this too, and I love back in the days, but I feel it's about OTA. These days never fall on days for people who are responsible. Like, why the fuck are these clubs on Mondays and Wednesdays when you can't barely get up and go to fucking work the next day?
Yes, that's so true too.
Right. You know.
You're right, because the last time when I was at OTA was when my boyfriend was in town, and that was on a Monday, and I was like, okay, he wants to go to OTA. I'm going to sacrifice the day and go to OTA with him.
Mind you, but it's a dope night. Everybody's there. Everybody's enjoying it. But damn, it's on a Monday, so everybody can't be there. And everybody that would love to attend can't attend because they got to work the next day.
Right.
And they be having fun, bitch. I be looking at the screen like, damn, I wish I was to be. I wish I could go. They be up in the building.
And I also wanted to just speak to one thing too. I dealt with a lot of people trying it in ballroom, but I just want to speak that there were also some really amazing people that I met through ballroom as well. And I don't want,
somebody.
like, when people listen to how I speak about certain things to think that everything was horrible. Like, there were some really, really amazing people that I have built lifelong relationships with people from ballroom, and I learned a lot about life. You understand what I'm saying? Dealing with people with, you know, in ballroom and dealing and taking that knowledge and bringing it to real life. Like, when you go on an interview, bitch, it's time for you to put on your show, bitch. You put your mask on, and it's similar to when you walk a ball, bitch. You get into your character, bitch, and you femme queen and do what you need to do. So I was able to take those things that I learned from ballroom and monetize them, but not in a way where it directly correlated with ballroom. I was able to utilize the knowledge that I got from competing in ballroom and dealing with people and dealing with the traumas of ballroom and seeing people that kind of like, you know, I didn't want to be like that. So I don't want to be like that. So I'm going to do this over here so I can be a little bit different. So, yeah.
Denise, see if somebody want to come up and ask a question. They got people in there talking down. We could bring another.
Y'all want to come up and ask questions? Y'all want to talk down? What's the wrong with it?
It's rare when you get Anya up on the screen, bitch. You better hold
It sure
tight,
is.
bitch.
It sure is. Anybody that wants to come on and talk for a little bit and say hi and pick up.
Ask a question. Anybody got any questions? Any questions or anything they would like to know?
Bitch, this is a special event.
I like the way you break down ballroom. So, you know what, for me, what I've learned about ballroom, I don't know how you feel about this, is that I learned going to balls is that you go to balls to give something, not to get something. And whenever you go to get something, you got to be really careful about that thing that you're looking for, because a lot of times people go to ballroom with this expectation that it's this beautiful, perfect world and that everything is all lovey-tushy and this is ballroom and we're going to be fab and we're going to sit and dance with each other. And yes, I'm going to find my ballroom family, and Anya, we're going to be all sisters and everything is great. And it really isn't that. It's not always that. And a lot of times people are traumatized behind that narrative. You find a lot of people that I hear all the people say, ballroom is shady. Ballroom is shady. Ballroom is shady. And they got this whole big thing about how ballrooms how ballroom is so shady. I learned quickly that the people that we acknowledge, like you said earlier about protecting ourselves for people that they didn't have anything. And so while we were trying to feel fab and trying to be fab for people that we thought that was just so fabulous and that they were the creme de la creme, they were going through the same thing you were going through. They were living the same type of life you were living. And when you get old enough and wise enough to acknowledge that, most times you already hurt and fucked up from the trauma that was caused or done onto you. And so I always believe my motto is, you go to balls to give something and not to get something. I mean, you get your recollection, but you got to be careful about who you let, like you said earlier, who's clapping. Because what happens when the clapping is gone? I think that people like Yolanda dealt with that, about the clapping. And when it was gone, how it wasn't there. And the people weren't there when they should have been there unless they were voguing. I heard Deja say stuff like, oh, the only reason they're paying attention is because they just want to see her vogue. They didn't care about all the other stuff that she went through, all the other things that the ladies went through in their personal life. Like Allura, when she was going through it. No one really cared about the immediate stuff, but always about the stuff that had them on the floor.
Yeah. As long as you could get on that motherfucking floor.
Right. And so when I ever see, I always feel that hearing you say your story, I respect it, because I always say, I wonder if when I watch you, I say, Anya always, but now you made sense, you said 15. I said, it was like if you caught it quickly and you got up out of it quickly, because you came in, you swept, and then you were gone. But now when you hear you speaking, hear you talk about where you were in your life and how old you were, it makes so much sense. It makes so much sense. Even the aha, here you go, bitches, slaying with body and showing that you are more than what they say you are. You are more than just that category. You are more. And that's exactly what it's told, what it said, it put out there. A lot of the dark girls are not acknowledged as much as ballroom should be. I think all the dark girls experienced that. That's why I think about Cheyenne so much. I always think about how beautiful her black skin was. You know, people like Cheyenne and Moldavia and the black girl that was so. Y'all remember Shanice Malone?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
I love her. She was so
yes,
nice.
yes. The beautiful Shanice Malone and how those dark skinned girls were able to get through a very shady, sometimes a very shady boardroom at times, you know? And so there's a whole lot of trauma that surrounds us in all these different ways. And the best thing, the best thing for yourself is to learn yourself and to know yourself and what your limits and what your limitations are. Those are the best things. Absolutely, Shanice, the Jen. Yes, Dollar. She, oh my God. Beautiful, beautiful black woman. What do you think? I see you posting your nips and naps. What do you think about the ballroom and the kids now, Anya? When you watching all the posting and all the balance and all that, what do you think about where it is now? And has it changed from when you were there? Has it drastically changed?
I think some of the root problematic issues are still there, kind of like some of the bullying that happens to younger trans women who come into the scene and them not being recognized, which is one of the reasons why every time I see a dark-skinned girl, I always make sure I show her how beautiful she is and how amazing she is, because I don't feel like I was told that enough when I was younger outside of, you know, the way the girls gave it up is like, girl, Miss Thing, you vote down, but you're a beast. Like, that was
I was the beast with my feet, them feet and the beast.
Yeah, that was, you know, like the girls who always give every bitch, you do this sad, but girl, it's just like, I don't really know. You know what I mean? And I don't think that was right, especially me as a young person. And I do think I really like to tiptoe around how I use the word traumatized, because I feel like it can be really aggressive. But did it affect me? Yes, it motherfucking affect me. Did I do some things, you know, that I shouldn't have done? Yes, the motherfuck I did, because I desired to be, you know, at one point to be the girl that, you know, everybody else was to be, you know. Like sometimes, you know, like, you know, I often see you have conversations around silicone and getting pumped, and that was what we did in order to look, you know, how we look. And I feel like, girl, I was going to Kima House at 16, getting tapped, Miss Thing, in the basement. And when I think about it now, I'm like, bitch, I'm trying to get some of that shit out. And I'm like, I should have never did it. You know what I mean? So,
well, you know something, Anya,
I remember, like you said, I also want to speak to like I remember watching Pose when Angela, you know, they was trying Angela all the time, and she went and she got pumped, and then she came back and she stormed the girl. I'm like, Miss Thing, somebody that wrote my life story on Pose. But you know, thankfully, you know, I haven't had any current issues, but sometimes I do wish, like, damn, I should have just waited till I could have got a BBL or something. But I like being red all the time, it really messed with me. You know what I mean? It really made me want to, you know, find a way to do what I could to look how I wanted to look, but additionally to give people that aha moment. You know, like, bitch, catch you with this game. You know what I mean? So,
but also remember, Denise, like, we weren't from a time where we had all of this. You got to keep that in mind. So that was easier for us. That was the only option. It was the only option. They were not even giving hormone pills or Medicaid, bitch. Okay. There was nothing.
We had to go to buy them from Dr. Gardner.
There was nothing. You went to DeKalb Street in Brooklyn or 183rd in the Bronx, okay? DeKalb Street in Brooklyn or 183rd in the Bronx. That's it.
Yeah.
We had to buy them. We never had insurance. We never were able to go to doctors to test our hormone level or to find out where we were or what we needed. We never had those things at all. So our options were very, 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 very little. And with having little options, we did everything we can to be above, to make us to look like the woman we all desired. And now and now when we're trying to go back and get those things fixed, it's like, girl, it's like awakening the beast.
Right. And then speaking to like your question before in reference to has it changed and my thoughts, yes, I do think ballroom has changed. I do think that it has become more mainstream. And I also feel that some of the violence has to do with a lot of the pressure that social media has created on ballroom. And I think this is not often spoken about.
Okay,
I feel
come on.
like, so back in the days, if you vogued and you didn't do that great that night, nobody would find out because nobody was posting a clip online.
Yes,
The next motherfucking hour that would be worldwide in the next day or so. You know, you messed up, bitch. It gave what it gave. You came back the next week. You carried. You know what I mean? Like that was how it was. It wasn't you sat there for a week and watched comments of everybody fucking reading the shit out of you.
Wow.
You know what I mean? Until, you know, now you over it, you violent, you get on the runway, you get chopped, now you macing the whole fucking scene because you feel embarrassed because you've been embarrassed in front of the whole world. I feel like the pressure of ballroom is completely different, and that's why we are seeing a lot of what we're seeing today.
Wow.
You know, with people just feeling so terrible or being so over it about getting chopped because, like, bitch, you got chopped back in the day. Everybody forgot after you came and carried the next week. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't something that was necessarily recorded. Yeah, there were ball tapes, but you had to be around certain girls in order to have access to those ball tapes, and you had to have money too. You know what I mean? Because you had to buy it off this such and such a person. And again, ballroom was all underground, so it was like, you know, you had to know who was the person recording in order to be able to get the tape or go to their house in order to see the tape.
Right.
Nowadays, it's all online and everything is online within a minute of your fuck up. So, Miss Thing, if you fall out that dip, every motherfucking body is gonna know that you fell out that dip, bitch, in a day or so. Miss Thing, like, everybody's gonna know, and then everybody's gonna be commenting it on. People who don't even vote gonna be commenting it on it. People who not even in the scene are gonna be commenting on it. So I feel like those things really, really add pressure, you know, to the scene, even with the Kiki thing, because it's like now you've been embarrassed in front of the whole fucking world. And it's like, you know, a lot of people don't know how to deal with that mentally. Additionally, we have a lot of people with unaddressed mental issues.
You know what? I never looked at it like that. You just said something that was so profound. Denise, you got to find a way to download this live. No, she said something really profound, and I never looked at it that way. And imagine all the people, how embarrassed they feel in their fuck up. Imagine how quickly everyone gets to notice how they fuck up and their mental illness. There go Robin, she's back. And they mental illness. Like, imagine how, oh my God. Just really imagine how many people are disturbed by not being the best that they could be. By not being the best that they can be, and how their mental illness can be very triggering for them, Anya. That is really, really so. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think that we talk about that often, but I do believe that it has a lot to do with why getting chopped or losing in public is such a motherfucking big thing, because you are not only losing in front of the people that are in the building, you are losing in front of the people who are in the building, the 900 people who are on the live, and then whoever comes across that fucking YouTube video when they looking for it. So it's like, it's so much pressure, I think, to win and to not get chopped. And like, a lot of people don't know how to deal with that.
Mara, you got to mute your phone because she's talking. Please, I hear you in the background.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Unless you want to talk about your black skin in ballroom, because we just finished talking about black dark skin in ballroom, girl.
Okay. So I wanted to ask a question because I know a lot of
Since you breaking up.
I'm breaking up.
Tamara, you're breaking up. You're breaking up, babe.
You're breaking up and it don't sound kind.
Where's she going?
Tamara? Feminine cunt. Wow.
Tamara, where are you, my sister?
Listen, I don't know what's wrong with this lady life. Please get this lady out of here. Get her out of here. She got life is messing up.
She went to the liquor store and so did her phone.
Yo.
Am I still?
No, Anya,
Yeah.
fix your phone, my sister. What is the problem?
I'm still choppy.
No. We can hear you now.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Now, what was you saying? Because you started saying something.
Oh, I was saying that we don't really have like cisgender women on the panel to ask questions about their relationship with trans women.
Oh.
I have my best friend here that is a cisgender woman that we met at work, and she didn't know that I was trans until
you opened your mouth and told her.
No, I didn't tell her. So remember the situation I told you when I got arrested for the attempt murder, and it was on the news? That's how she found out.
Oh shit. Oh shit. This is how you found out? Oh shit.
Exactly. That's what I'm like. This is how you...
Oh shit. This is
bitch,
not how you find out.
Hold on, bitch. I want my realness set up like that.
Oh, okay. That is not how you find out.
Set up
That
like
is
that.
not how you find something out, bitch. No.
That's
oh
not
shit.
That was the catalyst to it. That's how I found out.
Well, that was the catalyst to it coming up.
Yeah, but not for you and I to discuss it. It was Sandra Bean and her.
Well, right. It was somebody that found out at work that tried to out me to everybody at work.
Huh,
and you tried to kill her, Miss Thing?
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
I'm just trying to get clear.
Bitch, I'm getting look and
yeah, where did the murder charge come from? The girls want to know where the murder charge come from.
I'm a no judgment person, bitch. I'm a complete zero judgment. But now I'm like asking, I'm like, how did the attempt murder charge come up? But go ahead.
So the murder charge, the attempted, it's not murder, it was attempted murder. And the attempted murder charge came from somebody that tried to take advantage of me, and I found out about it, and I attacked the person.
Mm-hmm.
No, not allegedly. They can't charge me with double jeopardy. So, bitch, I can say what happened.
Right.
And she it was another trans woman.
Okay.
And I told her, like, you know, bitch, don't play with my money. When I see you in the street, you better have my money. If you don't have my money, I'm gonna beat your ass every time I see you.
Okay. Old school.
You know, this is back in the days.
Yeah, old school.
Huh?
Old school.
Yeah, this was back in the day, you know, when I was about my shit.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, I saw her. She didn't have my money, and I beat her up. And then she saw one of my gay daughters, and she got some niggas from around her hood to jump my daughter and attack my daughter. So my daughter called me and told me what happened. And I told Miss Thing, bitch, it could be a day, a month, a year. When I see you, I'm going to try to take your life. And when I saw her, maybe like 6-7 months later.
Oh, you thought it was choice.
I made good on my promise.
Mm-hmm.
And the bitch got stabbed in her motherfucking lungs. And a
I
hammer
remember that.
Busted her motherfucking head.
I think I was living down there at that time. I remember that.
Yes.
I remember
Nicole, we was living in Owens Mills together.
Yeah, I remember that.
Not together, but in the same area.
Yeah. I remember that. I remember that, honey. And didn't you leave? Didn't you leave to go where? Where did you go? Because you left. Yeah.
I went to North Carolina.
Not North Carolina. That's right. Yeah.
And that's, remember I told you, Denise, that's where I got caught at.
Right.
When they brought me back on the plane.
Right.
From North Carolina to Maryland.
Now this bitch that keep in mind, we went from taking our children to the movies to this bitch having to go on a run all the way to North Carolina. She had to get up out of Dodge.
I got up out of there.
Wow. Well, kept my job, mind you.
Yeah, you did keep your job.
I kept my job. My job was so in love with me. Mind you, this is the debt consolidation company that I told you I worked for.
Right.
They loved me so much that mind you, I didn't tell them I was going on a run, but I told them I had a family emergency and I needed to go to North Carolina. And they was like, take your computer and take everything with you and you could work from home while you're in North Carolina. And that's what I did. I would have still been all right.
Nah, you're in a better place. You're where you're supposed to be. Exactly where the fuck you're supposed to be.
Well, where did Anya go? Because we just having a lovely conversation. What happened to Anya?
She's still there.
I'm still here. I'm looking for something. I'm
okay.
Denise, I went and got my cup.
I got a refill on mine. Give me a second, bitch, because I'm over here. I had to finish doing my nails, bitch, but I'm refilling. Give me a second.
So my girlfriend wants to meet y'all.
Come on in the room, girlfriend.
Hi, ladies. Don't judge me.
Hey, boo. How are you?
Sweetheart, ain't no judgment. Look, I got this shit holding my hair right here. We good. We good.
First, she eats spaghetti out of the can, so there's definitely no judgment.
Okay. All right. I'm drinking my lunch. Don't feel bad.
So, you know, with what Robin said, how can I say this? Because especially in this day and age, with so many people bringing up everybody's differences, there is a major divide, right, between women of trans experience and what you know, and cis women, right? What are your thoughts on the evolution of what being a human is nowadays, and the fact that there's different types of gender representations out there? You know what I mean? How what are your thoughts on it?
So I'm glad you asked her that, because she actually has a story. So my girlfriend is on director level status of white collar corporations.
Nice.
And she worked for a company. Can I say the company name?
Yeah.
Okay, it was IKEA, right?
No, I was at home for strike. They were doing a strike.
Okay. And she had was it gender non-conforming?
Gender non-binary.
She had a gender non-binary who put a complaint on her because she kept labeling.
I was referring to them. Their preferred pronouns were they and them.
Mm-hmm.
But I referred to them as she and her, not consistently.
Right.
But, you know, in conversation, if I was, like, we did a team meeting.
Right.
And I think their name was Ash. And I would say, like, Ash did such a great job. They did such and such and such. She actually, in those non-preferred pronouns that I guess my visual related them to, would slip out. And when I caught them, I would go back and go, hey, my apologies. They did, you know, I would apologize to them. But every now and again, they slipped out. I recognized that they saw themselves and they wanted they, them. But for some reason, when I looked at them, it correlated it to she and her.
Right.
So much so when I wrote like reviews or if I had to write an email, I would have to go back and screen my email to make sure I had the preferred pronouns.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a couple of things. I do have a story, but in general, I feel like America especially is always looking for a way to divide people.
Right.
I don't have time. Whether it's a racist divide because of your color, whether it's cultural because of where you come from, whether it's because of sizes. I experienced that myself. You're fat versus small. I lost 140 pounds.
So I've experienced both sides.
Right.
Yeah. And this is, to me, not to diminish the experience, still equally unacceptable. Why do you care about what somebody else is doing? Mind your goddamn business.
Right.
Just for people. So that's my general thought. Having experienced that, you know, I would slip it up every now and again, correct it, apologize with this particular story. And they put in a complaint to HR that would have ultimately cost me my job.
Right.
The only thing that saved me was they asked them, do you think that she is doing it on purpose? And the person said, no, I don't think so. They always come back and she always comes back and apologizes or acknowledges it right away.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to Robin and I was just like, yo, you know, I'm not a hateful person. I love everybody. I'm not doing it on purpose. I'm so upset about this. Like, you got to give me a second to catch up. I'm trying to conform.
Right.
I don't know why visually I see you as female.
Right.
I recognize you don't see that, and I'm trying to conform. It was I was upset. I was upset. I was frustrated.
Yes.
I even went down, you could call it very similar to how, like, you meet older Caucasian women and they still refer to us as colored or something like that, and we excuse them because they're older.
Right.
It was very much like that. I was kind of like, this is all I know. This is new.
Right.
I don't get it. Be patient.
Right.
So I guess to answer your question in general, how I feel is just love people, mind your damn business. But having experienced that, I experienced the frustration on the other side, trying to do the right thing,
Right.
trying to treat people the way they want to be treated, and still being persecuted because I couldn't get it 100% right. So.
Right. And I understand that. And you know, and as much as people may not feel, but us trans people, we go through that as well. You know, especially with that whole, look, girl, that whole non-binary shit, that whole non-conforming shit is new.
It is.
Me, Robin, Nicole, all of us, we come from the older school where we needed the binary in order to be safe. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We needed the gender binary in order. The presentation and aesthetic was everything. You may not have had to be the most loveliest bitch out there, but you had to look the part in order to be safe in these streets. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
yeah.
even nowadays, where you know, it's hard for me too, because if I've ran into so many thems, and I'm like, well, he went to the store, she'll be right back, and I'm like, I don't get it. I don't get it. And it's hard for me, but you know what I mean? I try to roll with the punches and I do the same shit and I apologize, but I mean, I don't know. I don't know. What do y'all think?
I mean,
I think that you have to go with the learning curve, because at the end of the day, the same way we wanted people to see us for our truth and that we're women is the same way that we have to respect them for who they say they are, regardless of whether we're being hypocritical if we're saying, oh, well, listen, respect me as a woman, but this other new stuff, I ain't with that. That's being a fucking hypocrite. Agreed. My challenge wasn't not buying in, though. I personally, this is a work relationship. I didn't give a fuck if they wanted me to call them alien. They did a good job. They were good at what they did. They hit the numbers. Most of the time that I spoke aloud about them, it was in applause. They were good at what they did. It wasn't that I didn't subscribe to how they wanted to be referred to. It was literally me relearning. I grew up with, and I'm making the old white lady excuse, right? Right. I grew up with she, him. And I'm retraining my brain to, I don't insert that automatically anymore to say they, them. It was literally just that learning curve. Not that I didn't accept it. I was struggling with remembering it. Right. Like, it was hard.
So I wanna chime in on this a little bit. Yeah. Mostly because, okay, so I don't feel like okay, let me make sure I word this correctly. I don't necessarily feel like us wanting to be referred to as women is the same as non-binary folks, only because oftentimes we thrive to look somewhat like the gender that we are identifying as. Oftentimes, non-binary people show up in this world presenting themselves as as the gender that they were born as. So I feel like oftentimes it becomes a little bit harder to respect whatever pronoun that they may identify as. I think sometimes with non-binary people, it's important to, you know, always just kind of refer to everybody as they, them. But I do think it's difficult, and I know that it must be difficult for them to navigate through the world, and they are still presenting as their assigned gender. So it's like, if I wanted everybody to call me a woman, but I was presenting to you as a man with a fade and a beard and, you know, just looking like 100% man, and you get upset because I don't refer to you as they, them, when I may not have even known. Now, I feel like there is a warning that has to happen with non-binary people. Like, there's a point when somebody has to say, I'm non-binary, and this is how I need to be referred to as. As a trans woman, I feel like we do things, we present ourselves, we wear long hair, we have breasts, we have all of this stuff.
Yes.
And that's how we affirm our womanhood. And for me, because this is why, like, a lot of times in various meetings, especially working with community, they ask you to go around the room and identify your pronoun. Because they're like,
sorry,
you know,
bitch, my feet hurt. I had to sit down.
It's okay. And they
want
want everybody to identify their pronoun. For me, I don't like doing that, because I feel like as a trans woman, I have struggled just to be affirmed and to walk in a room without having to tell somebody, hey, I need to be called she. And maybe that's a privilege. Again, that is totally a motherfucking privilege, because not everyone can. But if you walk in a room with some hair and breasts and stuff like that, then I know that there's something going on with the gender. But if you are presenting yourself looking like Bob, how am I supposed to know that you are they if you don't tell me? And that's the part that I find sometimes hard, because they'll get upset at you and you don't even be knowing, because of the way that they are presenting themselves. So
that I agree with. I agree that when you are they, them, there should not be a level of assumption that I'm supposed to know that you don't conform to a binary. Yes, that I agree with. I think the part that I struggle with are the people that are in the trans community that says things like, "Oh, I don't understand that, bitch. You gotta be a him or her."
No,
I don't.
Like, we not doing all that other stuff.
I don't understand.
That's the part I have a problem with.
Yeah, no, I don't like that either. But I just think that it's just important that non-binary people tell us, and don't just jump out the window, especially if you are presenting yourself like a binary male. If you are presenting yourself in binary, but you want me to refer to you as a non-binary, that becomes a little bit conflicting, because 9 times out of 10, if you are out of the community, nobody is asking you what your gender is. No one is going to ask you what is your preferred pronoun. They're going to go by what you see, what they see, and then you're going to have to correct them. Well, I am, you know, I prefer,
and that is a societal norm.
Right, I prefer
you are judged based off of what the visual is. If I visually see breast and a dress and makeup, I'm going to say she.
Right, it's
if
automatic.
I see a beard and pectoral muscles, I'm going to say he.
I think that's just that.
And I feel like this is a problem that happens with a lot of people. Like what she was talking about it's not, you are not the first person, because even within community, and again, this being a new thing, people be like I have a couple of kids who I identify as my kids, who identify themselves as non-binary. And sometimes when we are in public spaces and people are engaging with them, they say he, them, they, no, not them, but he or she or this and that and the fourth, and they don't correct them. But and that's I don't want to get that far, but they don't correct them. And I'm usually the one that be like, no, they prefer they prefer they. And it becomes this whole like thing where you have to constantly keep reminding somebody that you're they.
Yes, but I think true acceptance that people are different includes inclusivity. Why not make it easier? Like, so like the place I work at is no longer, why, if you subscribe as non-binary, you don't identify in either gender. I can either call you out and ask you, or wait for you to correct my pronoun usage, or I can create an environment where everyone announces theirs. I can include you. Okay. I can make it easy for you to be you. Okay. Is it inconvenient? Yes. Is it a little bit irritating? Yes. But is it fair? Is it right? Yes. And that's really what it's about. It's none of my goddamn business. I don't care. Yo, like, I really don't care. They did the fucking job. What do you want me to call you? I don't care at all. Like, and that's what it should be. And I think we're trying to shape that world where people stop placing their understanding or societal norms on any other person. Create a world where people can be them. Don't make any assumptions based on what it looks like physically, because I don't know.
See, my thing with that is, again, I don't like being asked my pronouns. Don't ask me that. And again, you know what I mean? That is me. That is me. And I don't like, and I get that it's about the bigger picture. I do. Right. I get it's about the bigger picture and being inclusive. But Miss Thing, bitch, I done laid on 50 million tables, been near death, bitch, just trying to be a woman, and now I gotta tell you I'm a woman? Okay.
Again. But you laid on 50 million tables just to be a woman, and you're telling us you're a woman just to make it easier for somebody else.
Yeah, make it so their path doesn't have I get it, but I think that it just shifts the focus of the struggle, because as a trans woman, I just want to be affirmed as a woman. So why I can't just be affirmed as a woman without having to tell you, versus with the work that I put in versus this person needs to tell you because they're not presenting it. So like when I come into these rooms and these spaces and they go around the room and ask everybody their pronoun, I don't participate in it because I don't feel like I need to. Like, I feel like I have put in work as a transgendered woman in order to be called a woman without having to announce to the whole room that I prefer to be called.
I don't know, but I think that diminishes their experience. Not only that, but your dysphoria aligns with the oppressor. See, right now you're in a place of, I went through all this to look like a woman and be called a woman, but the reality is you shouldn't have to do any of that shit. Once you said you were a woman, that was it. That was it. You said you were a goddamn woman. And instead of looking at the oppressor and saying, hey, refer to me as I identify, you're now saying, I had to go through all this to look the part, so somebody else should look the part too. No,
that's not what I said. Again,
you shouldn't. Well, that's really what it aligns with. Again,
no, that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying it aligns. You shouldn't have had to go through that struggle. So why are we placing it on other people? Who are you? Everybody.
No, see, the struggles that I chose were my struggles. You understand? I chose to go through those struggles. And I'm not saying that the other person should go through those struggles so that they can be affirmed too. I just don't feel, for me, asking me if I'm a man or a woman, because that's how I hear it as a trans person, is triggering. That is triggering for me. You are asking me, am I a man or a woman? That's what I hear when I hear someone say, well, what are your pronouns?
I appreciate that. I never want to offend anybody. That big lesson for me is always like this. When I think about a trans person in your situation,
were you a woman when you got the surgeries? Because you got the surgeries, or because you transitioned like physically, or were you a woman before?
I was a woman before, but I don't feel like my struggle.
So who said that? When did the affirmation come? When other people could physically recognize you as a woman?
Say that again.
Is that when you felt affirmed? When did you feel affirmed as a woman? When other people could look at you and physically see a woman?
No.
Oh, when did you feel affirmed?
Bitch, I've always been a motherfucking woman. I actually don't even believe in the transition term, but that's another conversation. But again, though, I'm only speaking for me. I understand in business, again, working in businesses and working in, in specific communities, that in order to make everybody comfortable, certain things need to happen. But for me, in day-to-day life, if it became a thing of everybody had to walk up to everybody and ask their pronouns, that would make me uncomfortable. And to this day, it still makes me uncomfortable. And maybe that's my old way of thinking. You know what I mean? And I can accept that. But I do know how to treat people in public. Like, it's not like I'm just going around like, bitch, you need to look this way to give this way. But there are still societal norms and stuff that are always going to. Wait, let me see something.
But I guess there is, like you said, there is an air of privilege in that, because when you go out, there's no question. You are, by any stretch of the imagination, you are presenting as a female. If I see you walking down the street, I wouldn't look at you any different than any other woman. But every trans woman doesn't have that privilege.
I agree.
So we have to make sure that we're not that cavalier to say that a sister that is not as passable, shouldn't be afforded the comfortability of that question, what is your preferred pronoun? Because there are some trans women that are not passable, that respect the fact that they have that question asked of them, because you see this trans woman presenting as a female, but you clearly know that there's something going on.
So to me, it's not about passability. It's about effort.
It's not. It's about aesthetic.
Yeah, it's about effort. So yeah, Miss Thing, like, you might not be the most passable, but if you're walking around me in women's clothes with hair, and I get the idea that you might.
And channeling the divine feminine.
You just might want to be called a she until I ask you. You understand what I'm saying? Now, if you say, I don't want to be called the she, then, that's on you. But all I'm saying is, for me, asking me my pronouns after, as a woman, and as, someone who had to grow into themselves, to me, it's a little insulting to ask me what my pronouns are.
It is when only one person is asked. I think about myself as a cisgender female. I got this mole right here. It grows a little bit of hair. It's very clear to me I'm going to have a 5 o'clock shadow somewhere in the near 5-10 years. If someone starts to see me, because I present, I think, female, I wear my hair long, I have breasts, whatever. If someone asks me what my preferred pronoun is and they don't ask anyone else in the room, I feel called out.
I mean, you could be a they, them.
I feel called out. If you ask everyone, I feel included.
Right.
I just want everybody, like, it's just easier just to include everybody. Like, I don't want you to feel called out. It's not about me specifically or you specifically. Inclusivity. And I don't mean that just in business. The world would be a lot easier if we just accepted that we don't get to make the decisions for others, and let's just clarify what people want.
Right. I get that. But I guess where I was coming from before, when I said I didn't understand it, was how y'all explained it, where it's like, you know what I mean? Not having people, I guess, putting people in a position where they have to guess at first sight, you know what I mean? Or and stuff like, because I've been in positions where me being a trans woman, you know what I mean, I misgender someone by mistake, and they're like, oh, well, no, I'm a they, them. And I'm like, well, hold up, bitch. You know what I mean? Like, dial it back. I didn't mean no harm. You know what I mean? But
when you make that mistake, the way they attack you, you would act as if that you were doing it purposely, or that you were doing it purposely.
Venom.
You see, one of the things this is one of the things I have a problem with right now, and it's the fact that we got to have this conversation like the way Anya explained it. Yes, I feel the same way. I did everything I could. I did this, my mind, physically, and everything. And it's insulting for you to be looking at me, looking like a woman, for you to sit and have to think that I'm thinking any other. However, because of the norm now today, and all these new profound, gender norms and gender, it makes a situation like that so uncomfortable that where instead of her just acknowledging me as a woman that I am, that she has to double down and think back like, oh, wait a minute, she might be him, or she might be them, or she might be they. And that doesn't even apply to me. But again, because of where we are with gender norms and how people want to be identified, it creates a bigger conversation for those who think that it's natural. And if you do, and
hold on. Somebody said, not to throw you off track, but should a post-op woman have to tell her pronouns?
Right.
Whoa.
Yeah, Robin. Yeah, Robin.
The environment.
Right. My point is exactly right.
This shit, like, don't get me wrong. This is an issue that we're having at large as a global community, right? But it's just what's at the surface is just a fragment of how deep this conversation actually goes.
Yeah. And it goes even deeper because, but see, remember also, this they, them, this is something new for us. This is not something that came from the past. For example, when the word transgender, where me, Tamara, and Denise, they didn't use that word. That's not what we were called, and so all of the norms.
I remember I remember the trade coming around, and so the trade can get it. I was calling myself a tranny and a she-male. Just so that you see how derogatory it sounds now?
Right.
But when I first started, that was the easiest way to explain to someone else who exactly I am and what exactly they're about to get into. The easiest way. Now, it sounds absurd. You know what I mean? But back then...
Now there's a connotation where people even say, people don't like using the word transsexual.
Right.
It's transgender.
I forgot about transsexual.
I think you got to bring Anya back on because she couldn't come off mute.
Okay.
Come off mute.
Where's she at?
Because that mute, I couldn't come off mute. But I think that the conversation it creates and it keeps and I agree with her. Like if I'm looking, I get up, I'm done up, bitch. My hair's done, my titties up, butt push, bitch. My body's there, and then someone has to stop and have a conversation about what my pronouns may be, not knowing if I'm. Oh my God, like it just. Oh God,
I don't know. I've learned that I need to be a little more accepting.
Agreed.
Of what is unknown to me. Like I was just telling Takia, I've never interacted yet to this day with a person of they, them.
I've had a few.
What do you mean that you never interacted? What do you mean, Mara?
Do you mean
I've never
interacted?
No.
Everything is not nasty, you hoe.
I have not met a person that said that they wanted to be called they, them.
Really?
Really. I've yet to have that experience.
Well, in a few hours, you'll meet a few of them in New York.
I mean, again, I have kids who identify as they, them. And honestly, it took me a long time.
Wait until you do.
It took me a long time to understand that, especially coming from the time where, being the binary was necessary for safety. So,
yes.
It is not that, again, I don't want anyone to think here that I am against non-binary people. I am probably one of the hardest advocates to make sure that people call you by what you want to be affirmed by. But I think that it is difficult and it's not easy. And I think that sometimes non-binary people need to understand how difficult it can be, especially when you are not presenting as any specific gender, you know, like if you are like not saying that you're not presenting as any specific gender, because most of them are, well, most of the ones that I've encountered, I want to always make sure that I'm speaking from my own experience. Most of the ones that I encounter have always been presenting themselves in a binary fashion. I.e., they will present themselves looking like their assigned gender, but then when someone makes a mistake and slips, it's like you called a trans woman a man. And while I get that's not how they affirm, I feel like just like as trans people, sometimes we have to accept that everybody is not going to she us. Once they find out that, you know, what's going on, they may slip up and be like he. Now, I don't feel like that is an acceptable mistake, but when you are presenting as a he and somebody calls you a he by mistake, I think that there should at least be some elbow room for them to be like, okay, you know, I understand I'm presenting myself this way, so you made a mistake. So
basically you're saying that they don't allow any room for mistakes.
Some of them don't.
Yes.
Some of them don't.
In my experience, I too have worked for LGBT organizations, and I've had people report me because I slipped up and made a mistake in just like a loose conversation and said, you know, him, when the person was presenting themselves as him, and they had never told me that they identified as non-binary. If I don't know how to refer to your, you know, to how you identify, and it's not something that's visible, then how am I supposed to know?
Well, I guess in a space where you're working in the LGBT community, it is your obligation to have the stance of asking, hey, before I misgender you, how do you identify?
Yeah, but that's so if I'm having a conversation with you and we're just talking, you know, shooting the fifth or whatever the case may be, it's just, while I understand, while that sounds really great, it sounds really great when you say it, and you're right. It's not realistic. It's not something that happens during conversation that I'm gonna be talking to you and you may be to the side and I'll be like, oh, he got a nice shirt. That shirt is bad. And then I go back to my conversation. I'm not gonna stop. Wait. How is it that you prefer, you know, so that I don't make sure, oh, their shirt is nice. I just think that it's not necessarily realistic when you are in the heat of a conversation, or, you know, like this woman has said she was affirming the person, telling them that they were doing an amazing job, thinking that, you know, she was doing, you know, a good thing, you know, not knowing that she was misgendering the person.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I feel like if you're not presenting a certain way, I feel the same way with not being passable. Like, if you're not that passable and somebody makes a mistake, you know what it's given, girl. Like, you can't look. What? You can't.
You know what it's given.
You know what it gave, Miss Thing. So you can't get upset. You know, you just be like, you know, I prefer to be identified as she, you know what I mean, or whatever the case may be. You know what I mean? Like, and again, everybody gets clocked. You know, like there have been times when I had to be like, I am a girl. You know what I mean? I've went through that in the early stages of my transition, and sometimes, now, people clock, bitch, you don't know. They just start hearing you all over the place, especially older black women, bitch. You be gagging out like, wait, bitch, I thought I was eating it. So, I just think that, especially being trans, anything, whether it's non-binary, non-conforming, you have to understand that people may slip up from time to time, and it's not always time to, like, make a big deal about it. Like, at least that's just how I see it.
Yes. that whole thing
it's difficult, and I think
it's
that
a lot to take in.
And I think that while it's probably extremely difficult for people who are non-binary, I think that it's difficult for us all. Like, it's something new, and it's just like, girl, I don't know. I feel really bad for people who wind up getting into those situations where somebody was presenting themselves as their assigned birth and they made a mistake, and then they get in trouble or they get reported or something like that. Like, I just think it's really, really unfortunate.
It's to think that a lot of people have gotten in trouble for such an innocent mistake. A lot of people have gotten a lot of trouble and got written up a lot of times behind something like that.
I mean, there are trans women that have completely transitioned and called themselves non-binary. So, they got whole pussies and surgeries and everything and identify themselves as being. Why? It's true though. You're not like.
Well,
let me shut up. Let me be quiet. Sometimes I feel like
y'all heard it first here. I now identify as they them.
What, Mara? You identify as they them?
Word.
Respect me, bitch.
Do you really?
Okay.
No, bitch.
Oh.
You better call me a cunt.
Which way, Tamara? You're giving me anxiety. Hold on.
Okay,
oh
bitch.
My God.
Nah, I mean, everybody do their own thing. I have nothing against anybody. I don't feel like, I just hate that I have to identify. I have to say my goddamn. I don't want to tell everybody I want to be she. I don't want to put that in my fucking, at the end of my email, Miss Thing. I don't want to do like, I don't feel like having to do that. And I just feel like it's excessive.
It is, no, but I feel the same.
I do too. I'm right with you.
I feel the same. Especially, bitch, it took 20. Woo! It took me all the
and
time.
for me, it is a little bit insulting. Like, Miss Thing, I work hard. Miss Thing, I know how long it took me to lace this beard down, or to put that eyebrow on, or that eyelash, and to get to a point where they.
Hold on, bitch. Did you say to lace up your beard?
No, to lace that hair down, bitch.
Oh.
It's a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not cheap.
It's sure.
I gotta drive to New York.
Okay, we don't even know.
I feel like we're gonna get a paragraph lately or something later. Or something like
Uh-oh, shut the fuck up. I'm getting nervous. Uh-oh.
Well, look, when it's me and my mouth around, you never know what you're gonna get.
I'm gonna fuck this bitch up and say I feel like we're gonna get a paragraph later. Do you know what that means? Tamara? Girl, I think you need to say allegedly in your business, girl, because if we're gonna get a paragraph later on, bitch.
What the hell is the
And
paragraph?
the paragraphs is so professional. They call us by our first and last name. They tell you exactly what you did, what offended them, how it offended them, and why what you doing is so hurtful to the mass, meaning the bigger part of the community, girl. Okay.
This is why I don't like to be a front street girl, y'all, because controversial boots. I stay in the background.
They will tell Tamara, and her who runs a business should know.
Hold on. Screenshot this for the paragraph.
Okay?
Look, I ain't wearing no drawers. It was either that or I turn around and show my ass. And if I do that, we may lose my life.
Well, I'm
Can we talk about something else? Let's talk about.
Yes. Thank you. No, I'm gonna fuck you up because I was just about to say that too, Anya. Yes, can we? Because
I want to include the cis woman in here too because I have an opinion here in reference to like stuff that I've been seeing on TV and in media lately, and I'm kind of starting to feel like like there's this propaganda for interracial relationships, and that oftentimes when you see successful women on TV, they have a white man or a white relationship. Like, for example, I was watching Housewives of Dubai, and these are all really beautiful Black women, but all of their husbands are white. We were just watching From Scratch, right? This movie came on From Scratch, Netflix. Amazing relationship. Black woman moves to Europe. She meets this amazing Italian man who whisks her off her feet. Again, an interracial relationship. If you watch porn, you turn on the porno hub site and you put in Black penis, immediately the Black penis pops up as a penis in a white woman. Does anyone feel like we are being sold propaganda to think that the only way for us to be happy is to date a white man? Is it, or is it just me?
Anya, I'm out of here. You starting it today.
No, Nicole, don't go nowhere. You know, I have my theory.
Anya, she's feeling it. She said she gonna come on this screen. She coming from behind.
I have my theory because Miss Thing needed to light that cigarette. I hear you, girl. So my thing is, I get it. I get what you mean, Anya, but it's a far cry from where they had people of color, women of color in Hollywood before, which was the strong Black woman who didn't need nobody. And it's just, you know what I mean?
But just even think about it. Let's go back. I'm going back to reality shows again. Look at Love and Hip Hop. They are Black couples, but what they go through, somebody always cheating on somebody, they fighting, they tearing it. The relationship, it don't look fab, missing because somebody always having a baby mother here and the glorification of the side chick. Like it to me, it y'all
wait a minute, but y'all didn't give a chance. Y'all didn't give a chance for her to answer. And she lit that cigarette, but I need you to answer now. Because come on, she lit that cigarette. But come on, we ain't forgetting. She asked the question. Come on.
I'll be honest and say I never really paid attention or put any thought into it, but you're posing the question.
Mm-hmm.
I think that
even on TikTok, the videos go viral when it's a Black woman and a white guy.
I think that's just normalizing other. And I think that's how society normalizes it. Mm-hmm. So as a cisgender woman, I'm a huge Marvel fan. I don't know if anyone else is. It's a thing for me.
So in this conversation, you could take out cis because I only want your opinion as a woman. Just
okay, cool.
Straight up.
Then I find that in a lot of things, like in TV and commercials now, fast forward, like go back 20 years, you always saw a depiction of a family or a functioning family to be, you know what it was, and a husband and wife, 2 kids.
Right.
And when they show family in TVs and commercials, it could be anything. And if they'll show it in a successful way, 2 men raising a baby, 2 women raising a baby, non-binary. I think that's just how society normalizes something that was traditionally looked at as other.
Uh-huh.
You know, like they're not going to depict it in an ugly way. You know what I mean? Like they'll depict it in anything normal, they'll depict it in an ugly way. If you see an ad for domestic violence, it's going to be a same race, opposite gender couple fighting. They're not going to show a same sex couple fighting. But when it's a positive thing, when they normalize it, they show
2 men, 2 women, raising a healthy family and a baby. And I think this is more of how society normalizes it.
Right.
They show it functioning.
They don't show domestic violence in same-sex marriages or.
And it's very common.
But when they want to introduce acceptance, they show it in super positive ways. When they're trying to normalize blend these races, so it's going to come out in super positive ways. That's what I think.
Oh, okay.
And it's really common though. And you know, to double back on the domestic violence, like, I am working on an initiative where I'm trying to bring awareness to domestic violence in trans attracted couples, like, you know, trans men and trans women couples, because it is such a common thing, but it's not really normal. It's not spoken about. And yeah.
But it's huge in the community though.
Yeah.
It's huge in a lot of communities. You think post-COVID, the rate of domestic violence against men and women and I guess, what is it, heterosexual relationships, it rose drastically. Because you trapped in here with this bitch. You know, so it is a super normal thing. Like, but when they talk about these things, because it's such a small margin of the population, they can't put this man relationship or this trans attracted relationship in the forefront of a domestic violence picture, because it'll start to give it a negative connotation.
And if they did, then there would be an uprising.
How you targeting us? We don't beat each other. So, yeah, like.
Oh,
or
let me tell you
you're
something.
trying to paint us in a negative light.
Yeah, but it can happen in any relationship, because I'm trapped in here with this person I don't like. So that's what I think about it.
I hear you. Because I mean, even I was even in a relationship with a trans person. It got it didn't get physically abusive, thank God, but it started getting emotionally and mentally abusive. And I think when you're in an abusive relationship, period, not to compare, but being in an emotionally and mentally abusive relationship, bitch, I'd rather you whoop my ass than to fuck with my head.
Yeah.
So you rather physical abuse before mental abuse.
Oh yeah.
I had both. I had SWAT come down the street in my house, put a sniper on this man. We ain't gonna talk about that.
Those scars will heal, bitch. But mental abuse, that shit is harder to heal, because you know when it comes to like mental abuse, sometimes you know we have to go through the grief first. You know what I mean? You have to step away from denying that that's even what was going on. You know what I mean? A lot of people will sit back and, oh, that's not what was happening. No, it wasn't mental abuse. You know what I mean? The guy was trying to separate me from anybody who I even remotely knew or considered family. Bitch,
and then you have to unlearn all the things he told you about you.
Right.
That you believe subconsciously.
Exactly. I'd rather you whoop my ass, because a black eye will heal in a couple days. But I will now have to unlearn that whole rhetoric that you force-fed me into my head.
Wow. Would you have preferred a black eye?
Oh, yeah, because I killed him. It's easier to respond to physical violence with physical violence. When someone's beating down your mental, that scar tissue, like you said, runs deep. If he'd have given me a black eye, I could have shot him. I'm probably
it's giving black in my eye. Punch me in my eye. That's all.
I would have killed him. But I did not know how to respond to someone systematically manipulating and demoralizing me and taking me down. I did not respond to that.
Wow.
I don't even know why she went here.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Yeah.
She just went through a very similar situation where she was in a relationship with a narcissist.
Ooh.
Whoa. Extreme. They're good at that.
Yeah.
They're good.
Now, it was on the news. A SWAT team came out.
Yeah. Sniper on my window.
Wow. Wow.
With my mom outside chanting, shoot him, just shoot him. That one was literally saying, shoot him. Kill him. Barricaded himself in my home.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad.
And that's the thing. Like, we're all survivors. We all have different stories, but they're all like, it's all the same journey. It's survival.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm.
Right.
You know, I've been blessed to have Takia
Good afternoon.
and another friend, a cisgender female that, you know, I can be at my ultimate, most vulnerable with them and not feel any type of way. Y'all know that it's rare that you find a female that doesn't have, you know, underlying malice or you know, or where their insecurities are projected onto you and you're outed in a setting because they feel insecure and they have to tell your tea or anything like that. You know, I've been blessed to have the friends that I have.
Right.
I love you.
What you was drinking,
No
Miss
shade,
Thing? What
bitch,
was
because
in
that
cup?
bottle was like an orangey red Ciroc bottle.
It's empty. It's empty.
What kind? I've never seen that type of bottle before.
It's summer citrus Ciroc.
Oh, that shit sounds good.
It was.
It was good.
That's pretty.
It
The
was
bottle is
good.
so
It's
pretty.
empty.
We noticed.
Yes, do not wait.
Mind you, I gotta get on the road and come to New York.
I gotta pick up my baby.
Not after drinking that motherfucking bottle of Ciroc, you're not.
I'm gonna drive slow.
Bitch, you acting slow right now. What the fuck is
Lord.
wrong with you?
Pray on it.
I'm gonna take the back streets.
You're not gonna ruin my
Right.
job on the back street, honey. Well, look, you be careful, Robin. Is there anybody that you want to shout out for Trans Month of Remembrance? Anybody you want to celebrate? Anybody you want to remember who's not with us or who is with us?
Girl, don't make me start crying. My sister, Skyisha.
Oh my God! Yes, God.
She was such. I met her on Rikers Island, and I brought her into the scene, and she left my life so early, and I just wish. Well, I know she hears me, and I just want to know that I love her, and she has never forgotten. And another 20 years could go by, and she will never ever leave my memory. I love her dearly. My niece, Maisha, my sister from Baltimore, Little Kim. It's a lot of people that I lost that you know, thank God I didn't lose them to violence, to gun, you know, to hatred. You know, I lost them to this sick virus that's a stigma that plagues our community still. And I just want to speak their names. Skyisha, Maisha, Little Kim, I love y'all.
That's beautiful. Is there anybody that you want to shout out? I didn't even get your name, ma'am.
Oh damn, I'm Takia.
Takia.
I don't have anyone to shout out, but I want to thank you for being welcoming. I know.
Oh wait,
my
is
God,
that your
Anya, I was
pronouns?
about to say the
Is your
same fucking thing. What are your pronouns? What are your pronouns?
My pronouns are she, her.
Okay, thank you.
But I want to thank y'all for being welcoming. I know, like, sometimes, and I know we don't typically use cisgender, but I know sometimes people make it difficult. And you could have not welcomed me, and you could have closed your ears and not even wanted to conversate with me based on what somebody else did. So I appreciate you even accepting me into the conversation. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, honey, it is 4 o'clock. We've been on this bitch for about 5 fucking hours.
Wow, you have to record this and put it on YouTube.
Oh,
You're not going to be able to get one like this again.
Thank you to Niambi. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Anya. And that is Chit Chat Tea and Snack. I'm going to need a break for about another 3 weeks. Bye, everybody.